Alright, welcome back to Gauntlet week. Wow, that is messed up. And that is now fixed. There we go. Okay, this is going to be week 13. We're doing something very, very special. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be following Dante Delfico as he plays through the entire Gauntlet. As you can see in the top right, he's actually going to have a hand cam. You're going to be able to see his cards, see his arsenal, and see how he plays Ira. You're going to be able to hear his voice in the background. It is quiet on purpose. So he's at about 30%. You're going to hear him communicate a bit with his opponent. But yeah, I just want to get, I'm not going to be doing too much commentating here, just lightly commentating over while we get in the mind of a top player and just watch it from his perspective. So I hope you guys enjoy, and yeah, it should be really interesting. But as you can see, we do have Dante starting here on the Ira against, this is going to be Jaisal D on Ira as well. Can we get Dante's list? Dante's list will be out very, very soon on the FAB TCG website. It's also already floating around. But we're going to start off with the classic. This is going to be a Kadachi for 1 out of Dante. You can see his hand decently strong with that life for a life. We'll see if he looks to arsenal it. I assume so, because he does seem to be going first here. We do follow in with a Kadachi for 2. So it just looks like all I can see is the blue and the life for a life so far. By the way, guys, let me know. This is a bit of, yeah, he's gonna arsenal life for life. This is technically something pretty new for us. So if Dante's too loud or the cameras are a bit messed up or you can't see something, let me know and I will try to fix it. That is a sigil turn 1, so up to 23 for Dante. That's about as good as it gets, and we do see the life for a life arsenaled as well. Not a bad turn 0 by Dante. Opponent leading with, obviously a similar play. Something we see out of a lot of, obviously see many times out of the Ira mirror is going to be the Kadachi back. What's interesting, though, is that the Ira mirror for kind of the less, I guess, less cultured players probably seems very, very simple, but it's actually very technical. And pretty much the stronger Ira wins 99.9% of the time. That's why you've seen Dante have so much success in these skirmishes so far, is that he does run into mostly Ira mirrors throughout them. But yeah, you can be incredibly consistent once you sort of figure out this deck. Hopefully he's good outside of Ira. He does have a pretty good Kano, I've heard. Just kidding, his Kano is terrible. So, opponent thinking on what to follow up with after this Kadachi. Will it be a flying kick? Dante does seem to have the Torn. Wow, he has the Torn of Tempo in hand as well, so could be an early Snapdragon turn out of him. Opponent does pitch Razor Reflex to play the flying kick. Interesting. So, I don't know about you guys, but that tells me that the opponent almost certainly has a Flick Flack and arsenal there after he opts to pitch that Razor Reflex. I'm interested to see what Dante's going to do with this this Torna Tempo and Life for Life in his arsenal. His arsenal is currently not occupied by a Flick Flack, but he does have a Flick Flack in hand. Holding a bit off cam, but his hand right now is Torna Tempo and I think yellow Flick Flack. So we do lead out with the Life for 5 because Dante is on less life. So this is going to automatically have go again. So no need to pop those boots like we talked about. Just Life for 5 and then lead into the Torna Tempo for 5. Just putting the pressure on the opponent. We'll see if that opponent brings out that Flick Flack that we talked about in the arsenal. Boom. Yep. Red Flick Flack. Still going to take 1. Dante going to gain 1 as well because that Life for Life is 5 off of Ira's ability. Oh, double Flick Flack. Decides to go from hand. Still very valuable for Dante. Dante's going to be able to arsenal his own Flick Flack and not only get 2 Flick Flicks out of the opponent, but also get a card out of his hand. So opponent only coming into his next turn with 2 cards here. So I think we're pretty happy if we're Dante with that exchange. can see that Dante does have push the point in hand. He has another flick flack and a razor reflex. Dante has a pretty nice hand. He's got a blue to facilitate that as well. So can put a razor on this upcoming sorry, what is the card? Push for the point, which could be pretty devastating. Dante's equipment is pretty much the standard: Mask Momentum, Breaking Scale, Snapdragon Scalers, Fendel Spring Tunic, which is pretty much about as standard as it gets for the Ira players. And likely, he does opt to keep this flick flack in his arsenal, but he does have the blue flick flack to pitch away. So if he does end up circling back to his deck, that's why he's decided to pitch the blue flick flack. In this case, also the other card does block for more. But we are going to see a razor, I believe. And push the point. Remember that Dante has the razor here, so we could see this, be for 10 damage. Dante surely is going to use the razor as well, considering that he does have the flick flack in arsenal and has the one resource floating, so no reason to not clear his hand here. Opponent is going to block for 5. Interesting. Does block with the mask for almost, not too much value out of that. Not blocking any hit triggers, but takes it up to 10. So opponent's going to take 5 and go down to 10 here. I do believe, if I recall correctly, it is a yellow flick flack in the arsenal of Dante here. Oof, and a blue flick flack. That's 3 flick flacks exhausted by our opponent already, and only really saving 2 life there. See what he draws. It looks like it's going to be another life for a life. A red soul bead. Ooh, it's quite a red hand here actually out of Dante. A bit unlucky on the draw. Luckily his opponent is coming with only a 2-card hand, so not too much to worry about. But looks like Hurricane Technique, Soul Beat Strike, Life for a Life, and I think another flick flack. So that's why we're going to see the flick flack come out of arsenal here. Yep, it is a red flick flack there. Oh, not a great time to get flying kick, to be honest. Dante probably would have liked to keep that hand in order to be able to play it out, and is going to have to kind of option for likely just a Soul Bead strike turn here for 4 maybe, and then arsenal the flick flack. Oh, decides to take 2. Obviously flick flack does buff the Hurricane Technique up to 5, so not taking too much damage off of that. The Dante does have the tunic counter, so we are going to get life for a life off the tunic counter. That's great timing here. So life for life into Soul Beat Strike, arsenal, red flick flack. Not too bad of a turn, salvaged out of almost a fully red hand by Dante. Opponent, nothing in arsenal, no counters on tunic. Does have the Goliath Gauntlet, which is something to keep, to kind of keep note. That will, we may see the Command and Conquer for 9, all kinds of funny business. Opponent is going to block with another flick flack here. Dante is going to follow up with a Soul Beat Strike. Opponent can commit a combo card here, but honestly, it's not too high value. So yeah, does block the entire thing. Opponent's only going to be left with 1 card in hand, and Dante does get that red flick flack into arsenal. So we see Torn of Tempo, Leg Tap, and Flusterfist Blue. So Dante has a pretty nice hand here, I believe. Just going to most likely be Kadachi. Yeah, no reason to clear the arsenal, so just Kadachi, Leg Tap, Torn of Tempo has to be the line. Or is he going to lead with the Leg Tap? Leg Tap for 4, Kadachi, Torn of Tempo. Yeah, okay. So I see the line here. He just doesn't want to get flick-flacked when he doesn't have to. I like that. So I think what he's worried about is a blue flick-flack landing onto one of those Kadachis, and then Yep, and there we see it. Okay, so it's a red flick flack. He has gotten almost every single flick flack out of his opponent's deck. But yeah, I think the situation Dante was trying to avoid there was Kadachiing, leg tap, Torrent Tempo, but then his second Kadachi getting blocked by a blue flick flack and drastically hurting his follow up leg tap after that. So that's why we saw that sequencing. Ooh, does end up to Torrent of Tempo. I guess will Flusterfist for 2 if the opponent does not block it. Luckily, the opponent does have the combo card in hand. It's pretty likely, and Dante gets to keep a blue. Interesting choice because we technically did not utilize our whole hand when there was not much of a reason not to. The one silver lining here is that we know Dante has the Flick Flack in Arsenal, right? So he's going to be guaranteed to have that blue combo card in hand to block with next turn instead of, kind of leaving it up to the draw. Opponent tanking for a while makes me think he might not have the combo card here, actually. Nope, but there's the blue Whelming Gust Wave. It's going to be a full block. This is a pretty grindy game right now, but when we look at the amount of Flick Flacks exhausted by the opponent, Dante seems to be very ahead. Dante obviously having the red in his arsenal, but the opponent only, I think, has 2 left in his deck. Just a Pounding Gale for 5. Not too scary, 2 floating. Do we think the card in the arsenal is a Razor? There's no situation where Dante doesn't block this at all and gets Razored for lethal. And if he did, of course, he does have the red Flick Flack in arsenal. But likely we're going to be able to commit cards from hand here. We do have, let me see this hand. So we have Whelming Gustway, we have Enlightened Strike, we have Razor Reflex. Ooh, so Dante does have a potential big turn if he keeps those cards. So if Dante keeps a 4-card hand here, could be pretty nice for him. So if he does keep the 4 cards and opts to Flick Flack out of Arsenal, he would be looking to sort of have a pivot turn with a Kadachi E-Strike with the resource open to Razor Reflex. Obviously, he could also throw that Razor in the Arsenal. Interesting playline. There's a really interesting choice going on for us here right now. And we do just play the Flick Flack out of Arsenal, so we are going to take, take 1 here most likely. Okay, so opponent is going to pop Snapdragon Scalers. Dante will take 1. And this follow-up, this could be brutal. And there's that Command and Conquer for 9. Luckily, Dante Flick Flacked this Pounding Gale. So that those blue cards in his hand, they do block for... the first one does block for 5, and he doesn't have an arsenal that's threatened. Something to note as well is that defense reactions can't be played to Command and Conquer's Chain Link. So very interesting. Okay, we are going to see the Mask committed just to mitigate this damage and the breaking scales. So we're looking at 5, 7. Okay, so we're just going to block for 7 here. Take 2, go down to 5. Opponent has, just the Tunic left here. Dante is likely gonna... Yeah, he's likely just going to play out this E-Strike, I guess. Which seems a bit middling compared to what we could have done if the opponent hadn't had such an aggressive turn, but good on the opponent for recognizing that he needed to put the pressure on during that turn. Dante mentions that he will lose his mind if there's another Flick Flack. But luckily, there are not many left in the deck. Dante says, you have it every single time. That is true, but that only means that he will not have them later as we get into the deep water of this game. E-Strike is not threatening Mask because obviously no hit, but also the Mask has been destroyed, so no Mask on either side of the players. Down to 5-5. We're equal on life here. Dante draws up, no Arsenal. Opponent just 2 cards in hand. Does block with the E-Strike, which makes me wonder what is in the arsenal. What is in the hand. So I'm assuming it's a Flying Kick. Tunic going up to 3. So we're going to Kadachi Flying Kick for 7. He does have 1 more in the deck. Dante with the Command and Conquer and Enlightened Strike in hand, I believe. Yep. Which is a massive turn for him. His Tunic is only a 1 though. So it would just be E-Strike into Command and Kadachi E-Strike into Command and Conquer. Something tells me Dante is going to have to block this turn. If he does though, he's not in the worst case scenario. I assume he blocks his second Kadachi with that blue Flick Flack. Just anticipates the flying kick. Okay, we get to look through the opponent's grave right here. We do see one flying kick there. Oh, 2 flying kicks. It's not a flying kick. Okay, good to know. Good to know. I was incorrect. The opponent does not have a flying. There is no chance for the opponent to have a flying kick in hand. Dante is checking for the Razor here. Yep, both yellows. There's the blue. There's the reds. So I think 1 blue left. He is, so if he's thinking about flick-flacking this, what he's worried about is push the point. So what's going through Dante's mind is he doesn't want to be push the pointed for 7 after this. He doesn't want that to be for the follow-up attack, so that's why he considers, okay, so now he's going to likely blue flick-flack this, yep, and he's going to have, see, he has the combo card, right? So he has the Fluster Fist to block for 5, and then he can E-strike for 7 on his follow-up. Opponent really can't have too much, there's the, okay, just Command and Conquer. Yeah, no problem. Dante just throws the blue in front of this, takes 1, and we get out pretty okay. Now we get to E-strike the opponent for 7. Yeah, turn that Tunic up. Ooh, did forget the Tunic, like he said, on the turn prior. Dante does have 2 Sigil of Sols in his deck as well. And we've only seen the 1 Razor. The opponent did pitch the Razor. I don't know if we'll get back to it. Sorry, Dante just has 1 Sigil of Sols in his deck. He did have a turn 0 Sigil of Sols. Ooh, ops go down to 1. Very interesting. No boots up, so I feel like the turn can't. No boots up, no flying kick. I feel like the turn cannot be very devastating out of the opponent here. Dante draws the red Flick Flack, the blue, the Pounding Gale, and another blue. So Dante coming into his Flick Flacks later into this game. Pretty safe to not block this because he does have protection against the Razor with that red Flick Flack. Yep, no blocks. The opponent does not react. Interested to see. Okay, exude confidence. So I believe that exude confidence's ability, is it only after it's blocked that it triggers that you can't play instants and defense reactions? Interesting. So yeah, if Dante Flick Flack this, remind me in chat if you can Flick Flack this. I can't remember the text if it applies to thing on the further chain link or if it applies to itself or if it even talks about defense reaction. I know it talks about instance, but if Dante wanted to dodge the pump here, yeah, he's wondering if he can respond whole chain link. Does it talk to itself as well? Looks like we do have a judge call. Luckily, I do have the judge muted, so the judge is going to talk to them quickly.
Yep.
Okay, so he's asking the same question I was asking chat there, whether he can just flick it. You have to defend it with something big for Flick Flack to be usable. Yeah, Exude Confidence, not a card that I have a lot of experience with. Very good in the mirror though, from what I've heard and from what I've seen. Okay, so we did have the Sigil of Solace. I did not see that in his hand when I first watched, but obviously threatening the Exude pump here. I think he was wondering, so his question was more about that instant, whether he could play the Sigil, you know, if he'd have to respond to the card, or if he could just no longer play at this point. Alright, blocks for 3. Okay, it's going to commit the Scalers as well to go to 4. Okay, so they're just going over the card text now. Obviously, Dante doesn't want to somehow get pumped enough to where he dies here, but I do think it is impossible. Kind of Command and Conquer on steroids. Yeah, especially when you go wide. Does seem like that. Yeah, I think he's mostly considering the Scalers here at this point. Likely next turn, it's going to be Kadachi. Yes, obviously, yes, definitely could still Razor. Definitely could Razor, you're totally correct. Coming in for 7, Dante's at 5. So currently the Razor isn't too bad, right? It isn't lethal. But we're just going to go ahead and block with the Tunic and the Scaler. So block for 5 total here. Dante just going to opt to Kadachi, Arsenal the Flick Flack on his turn, the red Flick Flack. And opponent Arsenal's here. Okay, so now it's Dante's turn to take some cards. Each Kadachi is going to take a card unless the opponent finds a Sigil, which I do not believe the opponent is playing. Razor would be 8 minus 3 lethal. Okay, yeah, I was talking about if he blocked with the Scalers, which I think he was he was ready to commit to. Okay, we're gonna block with the Tunic. That is a BGS 9 Tunic. Very grindy Ira matchup to start off our day. And we're going to take a blue from the opponent. Dante does have the edge in this next exchange, I believe, with the red Flick Flack and Arsenal. Does have a like Razor protection, essentially. And we do see him draw yellow Flick Flack, blue Find Center, Command and Conquer, and Pound and Gale. If Dante can keep any sort of hand here, he can Snapdragon the Pound and Gale into a Command and Conquer, which surely should win the game at that point. So we'll see. The opponent is going to let Dante keep this hand. Okay, is going to Flick Flack. Dante could also be thinking that, you know, Kadachi Command and Conquer for 7 is going to take the entire hand as well. And that way he does get to Arsenal the Flick Flack, assuming he does block with the Pounding Gale here. Oh, push the point. Well, we can block for 5, and we do have the yellow Flick Flack to back up to protect us against the Razor. Yeah, Dante is thinking that is a Razor in the arsenal at this point. Does block for 5. So this is currently at 6. Razor would be lethal, so we will see the opponent go for... Oh, it's just a Sigil. Okay, up to 4. A grindy game. It will be. Dante is ahead on Snapdragon Scalers, which should really, swing the mirror... Or sorry, this sort of endgame scenario into his favor. Should be able to take all of the opponent's cards here, unless the opponent has a defense reaction. This will surely be Command and Conquer for 7. And yeah, if the opponent doesn't use that defense reaction on this Kadachi, which they likely won't, then yeah, we're going to take the whole hand. We're back up at 4, so we don't take the whole hand. Sorry. Forgot about that. She's over there for a sec. I assume we do take 2 cards here. And opponent is just going to be Kadachiing back on their turn. Dante looking through his graveyard. Double E-Strike is gone. Does he have one more leg tap? I think one more leg tap, one more push the point. I couldn't tell if there was another flying kick in the deck. Some good Snapdragon Scalar targets. Alright, so we do get the 2 cards, the Pounding Gale. Yep, take 1. Yep, down to 3. Okay, Dante's going to Arsenal the yellow Flick-Flack. We talked about this early in the game. It felt very rough on Dante's side running into a Flick-Flack every single turn, but what that means is that the opponent's just not going to have any to work with later in the game. It's just going to be all Dante with the Flick-Flacks. Yeah, Dante is speculating that the opponent has drawn into the last blue Flick-Flack now. I believe that is the last blue Flick-Flack in the deck as well. Oh, I should have been looking for that. I'm trying to read Dante's outs as well. So both sigils exhausted, both E-Strikes definitely gone. Looks like he does have a leg tap left. And maybe one flying kick. Speaking of the leg tap, it is in hand. I'm assuming Dante will be coming back around to his pitch in this next hand or the one after that. Let me fix the sound. Sorry about that, guys. Alright, leg tap for 5 into flying kick. Oh, this should be pretty much as close to game as it gets, I believe. We're counting cards now. 10 cards left in Dante's deck. 3 in hand. 2 in hand, 1 in arsenal. Oof. Yeah, this leg tap for 5 into flying kick is going to be a pretty rough turn for the opponent. I don't think Dante will... I think the reason Dante avoided the Kadachi for 2 there is like he knows the opponent just has 1 Flick-Flack left in deck, and that is blue, so blocking that Kadachi for 2 with the Flick-Flack would be high value for him. Asking how many Flick-Flacks in graveyard. There is only 4 for Dante, so we know 1 is in arsenal. That means 1's left in deck. And I do believe it is the blue that he pitched earlier on one of the early turns of the game. I think it was literally the first turn. Alright, committing 2 cards. We do see the second Exude Confidence there. Okay, it's going to Kadachi here, so a little scary to hit the last blue Flick-Flack. But opponent may play around Razor. I think if opponent plays around Razor, they lose the game, right? Yeah, I believe they lose the game because flying kick would be unblockable with the blue Flick-Flack and a card from hand. So this is, I think, essentially not blockable for the opponent here. Okay, so now we should have lethal. We just flying kick for 7, and there is no outs with only 1 blue Flick-Flack in the deck and 1 card in hand. Sigil, okay. Yep, up to 5, and block for 2, take 5. So Sigil was the out to go to 1, but does go down to 0. Let me... Interesting game. So let me quickly move them out of here. Alright, we got a new scene here as well. Hopefully it does work. Ah, it does look like it's fine. So, just want to quickly shout out Deck Edge. I hope you guys are enjoying this interesting take we're doing on the Gauntlet. We're going to be following Dante throughout his entire tournament experience. If he does not top 8, he will join me for commentary and, will be helping me cast the games. If not, it's just going to be me lightly commentating while we, mic him up and hear him a bit. Dante did with that game. He did not lose, so 1-0 currently. Just want to shout out our sponsor, Deck Edge. This is Gauntlet Week 13. Deck Edge has been with us since Week 1. Provides prizes to these players, helps us put on these tournaments every single week. He's got a Patreon. If you can get in, he sells product at near MSRP. So whether you're playing or collecting, Deck Edge is the place to be. And he opens spots specifically for watchers and players of FAB Gauntlet. With that, we will take a short break and be back for round 2. See you then. All right, and welcome back to round 2 of FAB Gauntlet Week 13. Doing something a little special this week. It's just me casting, but we're going to be following Dante through his entire Gauntlet tournament, from round 1 to round 8, and we'll see if he top 8s. But all the way, you're going to be able to hear Dante. He's at around 40%, so very quiet. That is intentional, so you'll hear him a little bit in the background as he plays. There's a hand cam in the top right, so you can see what Dante has in hand and kind of get an idea of what he's thinking and get into his head. With that said, I'm going to go ahead and update some of these names, but enjoy. Opponent's name is Thin Value. Should be an interesting matchup. So we do have sort of the classic. How much showing do the Monarch heroes typically have in these tournaments? Very, very high. We actually had Shane win last week, I believe. You say mostly just Shane, but we actually have seen quite a bit of Bolton. And actually a lot of Prism. Not a lot of Prism in top 8, but a lot of Prism for sure. Levia, definitely I have not seen. I have not seen Levia quite, but we did see a lot of Monarch heroes last week. This one may feel like we're seeing a lot of Welcome to Ratios or something like that, but we are following an IRA, so we only kind of have the chance of seeing the opponent. But this is always interesting. Turn 1, he does come in with Dawnblade for 3. Pretty much every single time you block this for 9. 9 can be punished. You block for 9, you can still get punished. He's actually blocking for, I think it's 2 blocks there, so that might just be for 7. So, okay, yeah, opponent is just going to toss it back. He does pitch the Steelblade Shunt. Something to keep in mind, goes ahead into Arsenal, so Dante does get away with that one. Very interesting match, this Ira versus Dorinthia. We see standard equipment out of both heroes. The Dorinthia obviously having to go first, which isn't great for Dorinthia. And let's see what Dante's drawing. He's got a Crane Dance. I do see another Crane Dance. Just trying to get we got an E-Strike in there. That's pretty good. Okay. And we are running the Needle, so keep in mind we saw the Warrior opponent pitch a Steelblade Shunt turn 1, literally turn 0, pitch the Shunt. So we know he's got 2 Shunts in deck, but we're still we're running the Needle and we're swinging it in. We're not afraid. And I think that the Ira matchup versus Dorinthia really changed in favor of Ira once they started running the Needle. No matter if they're running Springboards, no matter if they're running the Steelblade Shunts, the reason is that if that stays alive if your Needle stays alive for 3-4 turns, you've bought so much tempo in the game already. You've gotten so many cards out of the opponent's hand. If it gets broken on turn 1, Ira can still do Ira without the Needle. It can still do the push the point for 7, leg tap, all this stuff with utilize the Snapdragons and all that kind of stuff. Command and Conquer for 7, so it's not devastating. But getting it broken on turn 0 is always good. So the opponent took a ton of damage, and of course they have this combo. When a warrior takes something like 8 damage, Steelblade Supremacy, Iron Summer Termination, the last thing you want to see on the other side of the board if you're playing Ira, just absolutely devastating. That being said, there are some blocks that are available to Dante. I didn't see what he got in his arsenal, but if he got a Flick Flack, he can probably deal with this. So we're likely going to see a block with the armor here, so we're going to block for 6. We're going to make the opponent commit to a reaction. Opponent's only got 1 floating. If the opponent doesn't have a reaction, then we're in trouble. Yeah, the Glint, like you said. But Glint's going to have to fish for a reaction. So Glint's pretty... This is I'm not a fan of it, to be honest. Glint draw a card, but you got to fish for that reaction. Yeah, Dante does have to block for 6 here. May even have the backup Flick Flack. Oh, finds an Alpha Blood. And it gets Flick Flacked. You can be lucky, sir, but Dante has Arsenal the Flick Flack, so that is not going to come through. Absolutely devastating on the Warrior side. I cannot understate that. The Warrior took 8 points of damage, put out his most premium cards, even played the Glint to get lucky off the top, finds the Alpha Blood, and it gets Flick Flacked. Oof. Honestly, it's really hard to come back from that. Warrior may have the fridge, but Dante's got a decent hand here. The pressure's on. No Arsenal for the Warrior. We do see the Razor Reflex in hand. Okay, no blocks. Down to 11. We're going to Needle for 3 here. Needle is protected by that Razor, so even if he draws the Shunt, no fear on Dante's side here. Alright, so we're gonna commit. Okay, doesn't want. Weird. So blocks with his armor in a way that makes me think we're kind of playing around mask, right? I think blocking the bolters is okay when you're ready to use it, but blocking the full 3 with no mask up is interesting, just because that skull cap can be so important later to stop an on-hit trigger, where we're just looking at raw damage here. Obviously, we're at 8 life, so raw damage is significant, but I do assume Dante will be presenting some hit triggers on his side of the board here pretty quickly, so you're going to want that armor. But just doesn't want to block from hand. We do see a Red Warrior's Valor, I believe, pitching a yellow. Ironsong Determination again. This man has all the determinations. Luckily, there can only be 2 in the deck. We're going to be swinging Dawnblade for 7 here. Did Dante Arsenal the red Flick Flack? I did not see. Looks like he's drawn another Razor as well. Dante getting hit by this is kind of no big deal. He just takes 7, makes him pop the bolters, and then blocks the second attack. I'm pretty sure that's almost what we'll see for sure. Why Needle against Warrior? So we talked about this earlier in the stream. Needle against Warrior because if your Needle stays alive for 2-3 turns, you've bought a massive amount of tempo, you've taken a ton of cards out of their hands, you've likely dealt a lot of damage. If it gets broken, you've won. Like that, I mean, you've won that exchange. If it gets broken turn 0, turn 1, Ira can still do Ira without the Needle. Ira can still leg tap Gogan, can still life for a life with Gogan. They can still Command and Conquer for 7. They can do so many things without that Needle that it's not automatically game losing if you lose it, and the chances of getting broken on turn 0 are actually quite low. So the expected value on playing the Needle versus not playing the Needle is actually in your favor as the Ira player. And we do see a Sigil of Solace pitched. I think it's red. Yeah, so we're just going to be coming in for 4 here. This should be an easy block for Dante. We do see the red Flick Flack out of Arsenal here, so it's going to be a clean block. No need to commit the Tunic. And like I said, Dante just takes the 7, goes down to 13, no problem. I think part of Dante is wondering, like the only consideration here is like, yes, the Flick Flack is a very clean block, but he can block with a card from hand plus the Tunic, right? And that way he gets to keep the red Flick Flack in Arsenal. Confused why he didn't Sigil. So he didn't Sigil because, right, so he committed to swinging that sword and trying to get a counter on it. He has Ironsong Determination, he has Dominate, right? Why would he play the Sigil when he's committed so much to trying to get a counter on the Dawnblade? So he pitched it to swing with it again. Is it correct? I'm not totally sure, but then if you yeah, I mean, most Warriors will swing in that scenario. So that's why he pitched it. I honestly probably would have put it into Arsenal, knowing that my opponent still has a Tunic up, so it's going to 100% block it with Tunic and a card. But getting Tunic is also, there's also an argument to getting Tunic is good enough at that point. So he does get hit by the Razor, down to 5, and we have a Pounding Gale for 5. So Pounding Gale for lethal here, threatening the Snapdragon Scalers. Oh, sorry, Dante doesn't have any cards in hand, so not threatening Snapdragon here, just for 5. But the Warrior is going to need a block. Does he commit a card from hand or armor? As Dante tips away that armor, this game's going to get harder and harder for the Sternthia player. And does get a card. Wow. Yep. Breaking skills to make it 7. Sorry, that was Pounding Gale for 6 because of Ira's ability. So Dante's putting on the pressure, trying to get his opponent to Kadachi lock as quickly as possible. Opponent does still have a block value on both the Courage of Bladehold and Brave Forge Bracers. Obviously, if on the Courage, if he does block, it does break. I think we'll likely see the Courage used soon out of the Warrior. If he doesn't use it now, it's going to be quite hard to use it later, being at 4. And there's Nourishing Emptiness. So this Flick Flack that Dante have in his arsenal is going to feel pretty good here. So no attack actions in the Warrior's graveyard. So this is going to be 6 Dominate. If it hits, the Warrior gets to draw 5 cards at the end of their turn. But as we know, Dante does have the Flick Flack, so there's no way this is hitting. So still heavily ahead here. And we see the payoff of using the Tunic plus a card to block that last swing rather than going for the clean Arsenal block of the red Flick Flack. So Command and Conquer plus the Flick Flack. Clean block here. Oof, and that's tough for the warrior player. They do get an arsenal here, but no damage inflicted. Dante having a 3-card hand. We do have the E-Strike as well. So we're going to Kodachi Needle E-Strike, I believe, here. It's going to take a lot out of the warrior. On the back foot here, it's going to be really tough. Like, nigh impossible. Yeah. Opponent asking about the Flick-Flacks. Or sorry, asking about the Razors. So it does confirm both red Razors are in the graveyard. It's just worried about taking this needle and it getting Razors. So that is not a concern at this point. So likely the warrior player will take the 1. Interesting. Very interesting block. I would not have committed the Brave Forge Bracelets here. Dante has a Sigil. Likely not going to use the Sigil. He's just going to E-Strike for 7 here. So far ahead. Opponent does block with a card from hand, and Dante's going to say, okay, take a turn off. Give me other cards. Still the Snapdragon Scaler's up, which makes it really, really rough. Yeah, he only runs red Razors. Only, yeah, 2 red Razors, no yellow and no blue. The opponent has to think he doesn't have much, like, his sort of his timeline in this game is definitely coming to an end with, you know, this turn cycle ending, then Dante coming in with likely the Snapdragon Scalers as soon as he draws a decent hand here. Do you see a block with a Plow Through or a new card from Monarch on the warrior side? Oh, the old Dawnblade for 3. Floating 2 resources. So honestly, at Dante's life total, this is not threatening anything. I would not be surprised if Dante... I would be surprised if Dante blocks this. Looks like he may have drawn a full red hand out. I do see... Oof, not a great time. So I definitely see 3 reds. Is the last one a blue is the question. No, that is double flying kick. Command and Conquer Torna Tempo. So Dante drawing the dud hand on the turn where he probably could have come in for lethal if he had resources. Or at least ripped his whole entire opponent's hand. Yep, so it does say, go ahead, react if you want to, and pop the bracers, then I will block your... I think the only thing he doesn't want to see here is out for blood. That would probably be worst case scenario, but at 13-3, doesn't seem too terrible. Opponent thinking about this reaction. And we do see a red Iron Song response. So that means we are going to be able to Brave Forge Bracer on this swing after we... I'm assuming this is where he pops the boots. I have to imagine. Yep, there we go. Boots pop. Okay, so we're going to Brave Forge Bracer. Yep, okay, Brave Forge Bracers, and then come in for 4. So now this is mildly annoying for Dante. May just opt to throw the 2 cards in front of it. His hand really does nothing. That's the hard part. Does he go ahead and arsenal that Command and Conquer? Oh, he takes the 4, okay. So looking to play out the Torna Tempo and then arsenal the Command and Conquer. Going down to 6 is no problem. Giving the warrior a counter. He knows he's going to get... He's not guaranteed to get 2 cards out of the warrior. The warrior could block with a card and Brave Forge Bracers, which would make this a little bit more tough for Dante, especially because he's not going to be arsenaling a defensive card like Flick Flack. So we are seeing, you know, maybe the inklings of a comeback from this warrior player. Opponent just confirming here. Yeah, just for 5 actually, so not even with Iris ability. Yeah, so opponent can just block with 1 card, go to 1, and then, yeah, 3-card hand, with Courage of Blade Hold, with a counter on the Dawnblade. Puts Dante in a tough scenario with no Flick Flack and Arsenal. obviously we know there's no Iron Song Determination coming out of this opponent. He's played both, but he could have Supremacy. Supremacy would be hard to deal with for Dante if he draws the appropriate cards to back it up. So I think if the opponent has anything, any sort of like playable hand here, you just block one card, you go down to one. Okay. Oh, the Nourishing. Okay, yeah, because the Nourishing Emptiness, this is why you don't play 2 Nourishing Emptiness. That Nourishing Emptiness is a brutal assault right now. A little throwback to Welcome the Wraith. That, honestly, if that card was anything else right now, it'd be 10 times better. But total dead card at this point. Because what are you going to do? Nourishing Emptiness, or sorry, play Brutal Assault for 6 as a warrior with a counter on your Dawnblade? Probably not. Why don't I say the name of the opponent? Because I forget it. It's on my far left here. I can't see it in my screen. Alright, so we do have, keep in mind, we still have Snapdragon Scalers up. We have drawn the blue. We have the red Flick Flack in hand, so we are protected against, quite a lot of defense. Okay, we see the Courage popped. Really, kind of a really timely draw by Dante to get that Flick Flack here. Makes blocking this a lot easier, because now we have Courage coming for 4, 2 cards in hand, unknown. Quite a few things could be bad here. Red Overpower is bad, of course. Does the route, so he routes it back. Well, he's got the Flick Flack, right? So the Flick Flack is playing around this route. So we're blocking for 5. Looks like we are hoping to just Command and Conquer for 7 here. And it is the route, so he is going to route back that Hurricane Technique, and then the Flick Flack will save Dante here. Surely he's going to want to take Dante down to 1 here. Yep, so sends back the Hurricane Technique. Seven. Dante's blocking 2, so not dead. Part of me... No, he doesn't have the resources. If he had a resource, there would be a reason to not play that Flick Flack there. But he is just going to instead do the Kadachi Command and Conquer for 7, almost certainly. Or probably Kadachi. Yeah, just Kadachi Command and Conquer for 7. Oh, sorry, he blocked. Okay, yeah, Command and Conquer and Arsenal. I would be interested to see him do, if he goes for something like, there is a play here. Like, there's a lot of lines here, actually. He has a Snapdragon, so he could Hurricane Technique into Snapdragon Command and Conquer for 7. That's going to be 4 and 7. He could also Kadachi Needle, come in for 4. So there's a few lines open to Dante here. And I think that's what he's considering. Does he CNC for 7? Or are we going to see a Hurricane Technique come in for a total of 11 damage here? It is going to be the Hurricane... Oh. Thinking. Maybe wondering how many Flick Flacks he has left. Wondering if he'll regret the Snapdragon here. If he does... So if he Flick Flacks... sorry, not Flick Flacks. If he Snapdragons this Hurricane Technique, he is going to take every card out of his opponent's hand. Interested to see what he's just debating between those lines that we talked about. Is he gonna swing the Kadachi? Opponent is really concerned about the Razors. But okay, so we saw that like he pivoted from, he was looking to Hurricane Technique and the Command and Conquer for 7, but has now pivoted to do Kadachi and we'll see. It could be Kadachi Needle Hurricane Technique for 4, which may actually be the superior play since the opponent does not have a card in Arsenal. Yep. Okay, so we're going to Hurricane Technique for 4 after this. Opponent does have a second. Here's the thing. He does have a second shunt in the deck, right? That we haven't seen yet, I believe. If he shunts this, then the Hurricane Technique hits for 1, and he goes to 1, and he's in Kadachi Lock. So shunt is actually a pretty bad draw at this point. That's what you don't want to see. Okay, we see a Singing Steel Blade. Oh, he's just going to go ahead and Command and Conquer for 6, take 2 cards. Interesting. Yeah, so just wants to guarantee the opponent only having 1 card, and Dante's just going to block out with 2. Just looking for that raw damage. Okay, we do have a Sigil in hand. So, yeah, Dante does play the plow through. I'm assuming opponent, in these situations, I know that the opponent has a counter on his Dawnblade, but I would assume that he arsenals here. Because swinging for 4 is not too threatening. I guess swinging for 4 is much more significant than swinging for 3. But it does go for the arsenal. Okay, so looking to play the 5-card hand. Counters off the Dawnblade. Dante has drawn a red Soulbeat Strike. And I believe that is a Command and Conquer in the back. I'm trying to see. If he does, then it is... that's it for sure. Because he's got the Snapdragons here. Trying to get a glimpse of that last card. A bit too hard for me to see, but surely we will see the Soul Bead fall up after this, and yeah, interesting. Does finally break the Needle. Was running Sync Belows the whole time. Wow, interesting. So Needle does break, but okay. So just the Rising Knee for 2. Okay, he's gonna come in for 4. Take 2 cards out of the opponent's hand. I think he's just gonna rip. Wow. Double Sink Below on the bottom of the opponent's deck. Those were not pitched. So he just drew those both together. Surely is coming back around to his shunts. Oof. Yeah, that's a tough situation for Dante to deal with, because now he has to wonder. I feel like he has to boost no matter what, even though he knows it's only gonna take 1 card. He can't let the Warrior player have 3 cards here to work with. Is going to Arsenal the leg tap. Okay, we get the Supremacy. Arsenal's the leg tap because he knows he still has... Sorry, not the leg tap, the Rising Knee, because he knows he has leg taps in the rest of his deck. Okay, Dante has drawn a Life for a Life, a Flick Flack, and I think it's 2 blues. Oh, wow. So Dawnblade for 6, very, very face up. So, wow. With the opponent at 1, interesting. I guess he didn't have any other choices, right? Like, this was the most damage he could present, because he didn't draw any reactions. But surely this just takes 2 cards. But what 2 cards is the question. So we don't want him to swing again. Dante's drawn a Sigil, which kind of sucks. Yeah, he's drawn the Sigil, which definitely is not good, but he has the Life for Life as well. So he actually has a terrible hand to block this. If he blocks this with this 2/3 blocks, he's in a bad spot. Not in terms of kind of the game and as a whole, but what's his next turn? Pitch Sigil, Life for Life for 4? Surely that's like the best line, right? Because he has no Needle. quick search of the graveyard. See if we have any outs. Very, very grindy game here. It's interesting because generally I don't like defense reactions in these tall warrior builds, but that has absolutely turned the game at this point from what was, basically Dante running away with the game to making it a lot closer than it was, specifically because of those sync blows coming in very timely. Yep. Yeah, so we have to keep in mind Dante's hand totally sucks going into this next turn. It is Red Sigil and Life for Life. I assume we pitch the Sigil and play the Life for Life and take 2 cards out of the opponent's hand. Tough spot. Yellow Rising Knee in the arsenal. Pitches Life for Life to just swing for 1. Wow. And it's going to play the Sigil and sit at 8. I guess this just takes 1 card and Dante's happy sitting at 8 here. I guess he knows there's no Ironsong Determinations, there's no Supremacies, so he shouldn't be in too much trouble here. His arsenal is not a defense reaction. There's his there's his leg tap. He's happy to see that finally. That's what he's been waiting to see. I'm assuming it was on the bottom of his deck at this point. But he does have leg tap and a Rising Knee. Plow through. Dante says, what does that do? Well, it's not good for you, Dante. I can tell you right now. Basically, if you're blocked by it, it's like Bolton's effect on a card, I believe. And this comes in for 6. Dante does not have the Flick, I believe. Any routes in your graveyard, he says. Yes, there is one, Dante. You got routed earlier. And there it is. Is there? There should not be a second. Yep. Okay. I was gonna say. Yeah, it should just be the 1. So, interested to know why he's worried about route here when only there's 1 resource floating. I don't think route is an option. Dante very, very concerned about this route. We can hear it through his mic here. I wonder if Dante knows that the opponent has pitched a blue and only has 1 resource. Definitely do not play around the route, Dante. Do not play around the route. There we go. Block for 6 should be good. Okay, Dante realizes his his issue playing around a route when there's not enough resources to play. The opponent doesn't really have any outs. The opponent, that glint is the second one of the deck, so no glint draw here. Dante at 8, pretty healthy. And we do see Alpha Blood, so just pushing that damage. Dante takes 4, down to 4, but Dante has... does Dante have lethal? He comes in for 1, opponent blocks. He comes in for 4, opponent blocks, and then he comes in for 4. Yeah, so he has lethal. Because I believe Yellow Rising Knee Thrust is 4. Okay. Wants to play around... Interesting. Wants to play around Shunt? Oh, he wants to bump the... Interesting. So we could have done Leg Tap for 5. Yellow Rising Knee, how much is that for if it comes after Leg Tap? Is it 4 or 5? I thought it was 4. Four, yeah. So why would you not play Kadachi, Leg Tap, Rising Knee? Yeah. Because then it would be... And now just Kadachi is lethal. I guess it's kind of all the same. It's just like, yeah, I mean, even if he shunts you there, and we're not worried about Sync Blow. Okay. Okay, but yeah, I mean, we saw that looked like it was not very close in the beginning, and the Warrior player totally kind of pulled it back. Don't have to double out to take 1 die. But yeah, really interesting game there. Very, very grindy and very well played by both players. Was really impressed by the Warrior kind of coming back out of that, taking 12 and then absolutely getting shut down on his supremacy and determination turn. Yeah, karate chop in the end does get him. Anyway, we're gonna take a quick break, head into round 3. Just want to shout out our sponsor, Deck Edge. Check him out. He sells product at close to MSRP. That does include first edition. He's got a Patreon to do so. It's very competitive to get in, but he lets watchers and players of Gauntlet get in. During special times. So I know last week we got a bunch of people in. So if it's something you're interested, hit him up. Tell him to come from Gauntlet. And we're gonna take a quick break and head into round 3. See you then. Alright, welcome back to round 3 of FAB Gauntlet Week 13. We do have Dante, of course, again, but now he's going to be against FAB. This is another IRA, but both coming from the same region. This is another IRA from Canada. Quite a good one as well. So super interested to see this match. We're in for a grindy one. You guys should be able to hear Dante. He is at around 40%. Let me know if he's too loud or too quiet. The idea is for him to be quiet. But for those of you just joining us, we are doing something special this week. It is just me commentating. I'm lightly commentating. We're going to be following Dante through his entire Gauntlet tournament experience. If you miss his top 8, he'll join me for top 8 commentary. But if not, it's just going to be me lightly talking over his gameplay. You do have a hand cam in the top right for Dante as well, so keep that in mind. Alright, so we'll roll to see who goes first. Yeah. It's interesting to... I think you universally want to go second in the IRA mirror. So, pretty important on this die roll here. Okay, I'll see if I can turn up Dante a bit. Because he is down at 34. Alright, so I got him up to 50 now. Let me know if you guys can hear him. Again, the idea is for him to be very quiet, so just very, very light. Alright, looks like Dante does win the die roll. Likely will choose to go second here. Dante remarking on the luck of the die roll here in his favor. FAB has been playing in Gauntlets for quite a while. I need to update his name actually. He's been playing since probably the first month we started these. Alright, so just turn 0 here, so easy for Don, pretty standard. Take that first Kadachi, hope you don't get razored, and then go ahead and block out the rest of this turn. Events with 64% IRA. I don't know, I top 8'd 2 100 plus player events this weekend, and they were not over 50% IRA. They were actually around the 20 to 30%. Largely represented. The rest was Kano under India. Definitely a strong hero, but I would be beyond myself if it was banned in any way. It's definitely not at that strength. What did I play? I played Kano in one of them, and on the next one I played Dorinthia, so I played 2 different heroes. The first one was 106 players, second was 126. Alright, so now the real game sort of begins. Dante's first turn, and where he may take cards out of FAB hand here. It's important in these IRA mirrors to really watch out for the flick-flacks. Flick-flack economy, how to use it, get the most value is pretty much the most important thing when it comes down to this matchup. Also, the sort of the most effective use of Snapdragon's Ghost. We do see reaction here, looking to flick-flack. Ooh, a red flick-flack on the second Kadachi. Still a good play, but not as high value as like a blue or something like that. And also responding to stores posting their numbers. Not online though, so if the skirmish is not online, if it's not located in New Zealand or Australia, it's probably a very, very, very casual skirmish. No offense to the players there, but the online ones are pretty much triple or quadruple the size and have players from all around the world. So I would not take a meta report from the local store and call it for a ban. But we are going to see Pounding for 5. Easy block for FAB if he has the combo. So he has a very, very efficient block. He's got one of those combo cards in hand. Dante with a blue flick-flack of his own likely will arsenal it next turn. Will arsenal it this turn. And will opt to blue flick-flack the second Kadachi tomfoolery does throw at him. I think FAM just said no blocks. A red flick flack on a second Kadachi and takes 5. So either has the strongest hand to ever in existence, or didn't have the combo card and wanted Dante to bite on the bluff and not play as threat. But Dante essentially had to, unless he wanted to play with a pseudo IP penalty. Alright, let's see what FAM has. He starts out with the leg tap. He did have the combo card, so let's think about this now. FAM totally commits a red flick flack and then takes 5 when he could have blocked with the combo card in hand. That could mean he just has 1 blue, but he likely has a very, very explosive turn here. Dante has the flick flack himself. Wow, he has 2 flick flacks. He has the red flick flack from hand, which perfectly blocks the leg tap, and he also has the blue in arsenal. Not that he's going to use it this turn. So FAM's big turn, kind of like big pivot turn here, sort of falling away as Dante flick flacks away most of his threats. And do we see a flying kick is my question. I would assume no, because flying kick means you don't get to arsenal. And if you arsenal the flying kick, then you do get to play it off the tunic the turn after. But we are going to pitch up Command and Conquer, and there is the flying kick for 7. Dante's going to be pretty happy about this. Flying kick gets a lot of damage. You block for 5, you take 2, you're down to 15. Opponent doesn't have an arsenal. You're feeling pretty good. Feeling very, very good as Dante here. Alright, Dante in hand is definitely a blue card, and then Command and Conquer for 7. So opponent doesn't have the, does not have an arsenal, so I assume what we see here, yeah, I mean, obviously it's just the Command and Conquer for 7 because he's holding the blue flick flack and arsenal. He's just going to put that on a Kadachi next turn. Okay, blue flick flack of tomfoolery's own. Looking to likely play around a push the point. That's really the only reason you would flick flack a first Kadachi like that, but it's going to be a Command and Conquer for 7, so not a push the point, but we still get the value, you know, just taking 2 here. Yep. I assume tomfoolery may have another flick flack in hand by playing around that push the point. I mean, essentially it plays around the Command and Conquer as well, but Command and Conquer a little bit lower value on Dante's side than a push point would be there. Dante has drawn a Fluster Fist and a blue. Struggling to see the rest after that. Oh, there we go. Leg tap. Leg tap and it's Command and Conquer on the right. Very interesting. Quite a good hand for Dante. Especially with his tunic resource up. He can play that. He can go Kadachi, leg tap for 5, Command and Conquer for 6. And by doing that, he can still block with a card from hand. Wow, so I think he's going to flick. I think he might flick flack this. The blue flick flack, take 2, combo card on the next thing. And then he's going to have that leg tap turn that we talked about. Just 1 card in hand. What did tomfoolery pitch for that? Oh, a tunic resource. Okay. And let me know, guys. Can you slightly hear Dante now as he talks and curses on stream? You can. Not so much. Okay. Yeah, the idea is not so much. So I may turn him up a little bit more. I definitely don't want too much Dante. I want a little. All right, so he's up to 60. So we should be in the medium range then. He's gonna block with that blue from hand. Is pretty much banking that his opponent's just gonna arsenal pass here, which I think is a good bet. Okay. So we are going to see that turn I talked about. Tunic goes up to 3. It's going to be a Kadachi, leg tap, command and conquer for 6. Ooh, considers not Kadaching because he doesn't want to get flick flagged. Wow. What'd your arsenal, he says. Yeah. Podcast by players, yeah. Numbers look pretty close to store, yeah, but a 30%, a 36% meta representation for Ira is very, very healthy. The class is incredibly easy to play at a base level. Like, the skill floor is very, very low, but the skill ceiling is high. So yeah, a lot of new players will flock to that deck because you can win on it without, you know, putting in a bunch of time. But if you want to win the mirrors like we see right now, it takes a lot of practice. So I think at 30%, 36, anyway, anything below 50 is extremely healthy for Ira. I also played the game plenty, so I know that Ira is strong, but it doesn't need any work. So Dante just doesn't want to get flick-flacked on this Kadachi, because if he does, his leg tap gets fully blocked by a combo card. Okay, no block. It's music to Dante's ears. Here comes a leg tap for 5.
5, yeah, sorry, Jesus. I think I've played enough of this hero to know how her ability works, eh?
Let me know how that volume is, by the way. Should be hearing him a bit now. I hear nervous laughter. That nervous laughter is Dante forgetting Ira's ability and saying leg tap for 4. 86% win rate. I think you should look at the players piloting the deck. I think the players have a more representative win rate than the actual hero. Ah, a springboard somersault. Interesting. We don't really see that in a lot of Ira lists. Very defensive. Does fully block it out.
Oh, that makes this less exciting. But I figured it was going to... Oh, Jesus.
Dante almost Tunic flick-flacked. But remembers the Command and Conquer is in hand, not Arsenal.
Still damage, though. Still damage. At least wasn't a flick-flack.
Was on totally on accident, but if I was the opponent on the other side of the table, I might think that that's an aggressive card in his arsenal. If he almost accidentally plays it out like that. I think that Ira mirrors are more interesting the more you understand how it actually works. It's like it's less skilled than it used to be when it was drone Ira, but now still is pretty skilled. It's it's all about fundamentals, economy based. Since the decks have gotten more aggressive, it is slightly draw based, but it is one of the higher skilled mirrors you can play. Well, you like chain mirrors. Well, yeah, I think chain mirrors are are the worst thing in this game. They're all luck, no skill. Who banishes Art of War, who doesn't? Who plays Art of War, who doesn't? That one's kind of a nightmare. Oh, it is considering not flick-flacking this. Whoa. Wow. So Dante, I haven't taken a look at his hand yet. Yep. So basically a full red hand here. That's why he opted and doesn't have the combo card.
Yep.
Isn't that correct? So that's why he's opted to not flick-flack the second Kadachi. We are going to sigil back up to 11. Dante still has 2 sigils in his deck. Fallen Tuli will have 1. Yeah, once again, Dante's hand is quite bad here. We have a leg tap and a flying kick. Ugh, he actually can't even play out this entire hand. So it's an interesting block by him. I think he remarked... Yeah, I think he remarked on how that was probably not correct. What deck do I main? I don't really main any deck. I pretty much play everything, but in Blitz I mostly play Kano because I think it's the only intellectual deck in the format. Not to be too rough. I used to play a lot of Ira myself back when it was drone. Right now I'm playing a lot of Shane. Sorry, not Shane, but Kano. Yeah, I like Shane as well. I just don't like I don't like the some of the randomness with the current build. But yeah, this turn, oof, really rough for Dante. Could have been a Razor on this if he had blocked differently, but instead he keeps the flying kick in hand. It's just gonna be drawing up to 3 after this. I don't think he's really presenting any relevant questions for Fomtoolery as well around this one. So you play a lot of Yes, Kano is an absolute solitaire deck. It is not fun to play against. I do recognize that. It's just totally miserable experience. But it's a deck that if you pick up as a player, you can improve pretty much constantly, which is what I enjoy. Yeah, Kanan versus Shane, I agree, is a very interesting matchup. It's got a lot harder since some people wisened up to the Binfold, but yeah, very interesting matchup. You have to play it much different than Ira.
Yeah, no problem. I got you.
Yeah, tomfoolery, thinking about the Razor. Interested to know what he's afraid of. There's a run resource floating. I guess it's just like maybe he's considering flick-flacking it to stop. Boom.
Kodachi for 2.
Yes, just a Kodachi for 2. Oh wow.
Yep.
That's surprising. A mass block and a Kodachi for 2 when we had no resources floating. Huh. I guess wants to deny the draw trigger in case it's a flying kick.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yep. Fun.
Really interested to see what comes out of Fomtoolery here after a block like that. Dante up on armor, not only in the mass, but also has the block on breaking scales. Tower, what are you playing tonight? Are you playing Shane? Okay, we have Torn Tempo. Torn Tempo for 5 tells me Fomtoolery has the Razor.
Okay.
He has the Razor, or he's committing to Snapdragoning this turn.
Give me your boots.
Give me your boots, he says,
Give me 2.
as he blocks for 6.
I want him.
But if he gets Razored here, does Dante have the other Flick Flack? Yep, so it gets Razored. Dante has the blue Flick Flack.
A little bit depressing, I'm not gonna lie.
Dante says this is depressing, but I think you played around this, Dante, didn't you? You have a blue Flick Flack in Arsenal.
What if I give you...
Yeah, he's gonna give him the blue Flick Flack.
Seems crazy. Am I crazy?
Huh.
I'm not crazy. I can't give you anything.
Oh, it takes it. Okay. Maybe he doesn't have the blue Flick Flack. Maybe I've lost track. Interesting. Takes 2 there. Lets him have the go again. You could see a flying kick. Dante's next combo card will block for 5, though. I guess Dante figures that... Let's say there is a blue Flick Flack in Arsenal. I guess he figures that if he expends his Flick Flack at Arsenal, he does get... It seems like it's worth it to get the boots. It's just going to be a pounding gale. So nothing too crazy here. Just for 5. He does the flying kick in hand, which is interesting.
Block 5, Buster Fist.
Did he improperly take 3? Did he? If he did, that would make sense if he didn't understand the damage.
Yep.
I thought he took 2, and I thought I heard it verbally confirmed as well. But maybe not. We do use the breaking scales aside tomfoolery, which I think is correct. Getting that 1 extra damage while you can. Doesn't have the masculine momentum anymore, so it's not going to sneak anything through with that one. So I guess use it while you have it if you already blocked with it.
I did.
Really interested though on Dante's block.
Pitch this Flick Flack, Kodachi for 1.
So you have the Flick Flack in hand as well. I just thought he had an arsenal. All right, we do see the tunic committed, and that's a flying kick for 6.
Bet you never seen that one before. Yeah, it feels awful. Like the worst feeling in all of Flesh and Blood.
I do not think that is the worst feeling in all of Flesh and Blood. The old flying kick for 6 instead of 7.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd rather play down a Dolmen Azalea. Yeah, 6. Put my pitch card on the bottom, but it's just...
We'll see how tomfoolery blocks here. Both Iras do have Snapdragon Scalers, so the life totals are getting to the extent where it's going to be very hard to keep a 4-card hand at this point and utilize Snapdragon Scalers for something crazy like an E-Strike into a Flying Kick or E-Strike into Command and Conquer. Dante does still have the Tunic though, which is significant. FAB tanking on this block. There is the blue flag, flip flag in Arsenal. Really interested why he didn't stop and make Tom boots. Maybe he figures that at this life total that the boots aren't even going to be able to be as effective anyway, because FAB can't take like a huge hit and come back with a big boots turn. Do you see a push the point and a Torn Tempo out of Dante? Has he drawn the blues to facilitate it though? Yep, there's a Rushing River.
Yep.
So Dante, if he can take this, he's got a big attack coming back. Now's a great time for that flick flack.
Finally get to play this.
Yep, been there since literally turn 1.
Since turn 1.
And Dante acknowledges it as well.
Oh my god. Kadachi for 1, Kadachi for 2 like a normal person, Adam. Come on, man. What are you doing to me?
Ooh, Dante's E-Strike as well in his hand.
Kadachi 1-2 of the game.
Dante's not going to commit this combo card to the chain link.
Oh my god.
I don't think.
It's a miracle. It is a miracle. You breathed life back into my game. Whew. I've been waiting so long for that one. Imagine I don't. How depressing would that be for me?
I'm assuming FAB just said, what if you don't have the combo card? Which Dante essentially does it because he's only got 1 blue in hand. The banter.
Yeah.
Yeah, for Dante it's all fun and games until he loses, and then you get a near full. I'm just kidding. Get the salt mine. You're deaf, not kidding.
5, draw a card. Ole.
I thought I could just like sneak that one in and like nobody would acknowledge it, but
I will defend for 5. Do you have any attack reactions?
he does defend for 5. He commits the blue, the only blue card in hand with the Torn Tempo and push the point. No way to Kadachi with go again and push the point as well. Oh, razors it.
What the hell? Where did that come from? Was that in your hand still? Oh, that was your draw card.
Oh wow, tomfoolery does E-Strike.
Yeah, okay.
E-Strike draw card and draws the razor.
Yeah, I thought your hand
Looking to find an Arsenal card off the draw.
Draw the red razor. Okay, alright. Let's see how it is. Okay.
Getting a bit grindy here.
I understand.
I assume this is just gonna be okay. Yeah, so it's Torn Tempo for 5 off the Tunic resource, and then
Okay, off the tunic.
maybe. So if this hits,
Tempo for 5.
yeah, if this
Go
hits,
again, I'll hit.
then it's gonna be push the point for 7, which is weird because so when I was looking at his lines when I was trying to figure out which way this was gonna go, I didn't consider the Tunic here. So with the Tunic, yeah, it's actually blocking the blue is fine. If this hits, it's for 7, right? And he has go again. If it doesn't, he probably still boots and comes in for 4, comes in for lethal. That's if FAB commits like 2 cards to this. Oh, he has the E-strike in hand. I thought it was a flying kick. My bad on that. I definitely read that wrong. Then the E-strike is the easiest play in the world. This hits, it doesn't hit, doesn't matter. He boots E-strike for 8. That's definitely the play. Tom's gonna hope he's got a flick flack for this. Oh, just a blue resing E thrust. Yeah. So I thought that E strike was a flying kick. So yeah, this is this is a super simple line, and we're gonna flick flack. Not fantastic for Dante. Dante's still gonna boots and come in for 8. Hopefully FAB doesn't have the combo card. If he does, still taking 3, or he blocks the whole hand. I assume, I'm trying to think if we'd see a full hand block even with the combo cards. The block for 8. Okay, we do see a block for 8 here. Whoa. Yeah, go back up, sir. What does it say? He's like, no, I don't want to block this card. I think you might. I don't think I'd be able to utilize that arsenal very well with 2 health. I mean, maybe if he draws his second sigil, but you really got to draw it.
If it makes you feel any better, I wasn't even looking, so I don't know what the card was. If you were gonna
Full block.
I just listened to your beautiful, beautiful voice. That's it. Okay.
All right, what does Dante have? He does have push the point now. He's got life for life as well. Unfortunately, we're at 4-4 here, and it is Dante's turn. So no way to give that go again. No boots. FAB does have boots, so Dante's got to keep this pressure up. I'm trying to remember how many sigils Dante has in his deck.
Just as I thought. Exactly what I want to see in there. Exactly what I want to see in there. So, we are going to...
Okay, there's a sigil in hand. So, like we talked about. So, yep. Blue, sigil, push the point. So this is going to be a Kadachi for 1. Dante's going to hope this doesn't see a blue flick flack. Valentulary has bit on it before with his flick flacks.
Forgot my tunic. Shit.
He does have push the point, right? Or am I going crazy? No, he just has...
We've both done it.
And missed tunic trigger. Yeah, it's the classic Dante. Rank number 2, somebody said, right? He's new to the deck. He's new to the whole Ira thing. Go easy on him. Oh, he does get blocked. So there is FAB Tuileries expertly playing around the push the point for 7. But unfortunately, it's not going to turn out too much better for him because we are going to Kadachi for 2 and then life for 4 and Arsenal that push the point, I can only assume. We're not used to this on FAB Gauntlet. We get a lot of like quick matches, we get breaks, all this stuff, but shit, we got grindy games. The Ira decks are much more aggressive than they used to be, but they are still grindy, especially with these sigils. They all pack sigils actually for the Kano matchup, but it does extend the lifetime of the mirror, or timeline, whatever you want to say. Did Dante not have push the point this whole time? Am I just like... Oof. I gotta stop trying to look at that hand. Alright. I assume sigil, no arsenal. Give me some milk.
Take 1.
Alright, take 1, gain 1. Not bad. And then Arsenal's the sigil, which is, I think, the absolute correct play here. And draws back up. Looks like Dante has... Trying to look at the hand.
Okay. Let's
How many razors does Dante have left? Tilt that graveyard over here, sir.
Defense reactions.
Two reds and gray.
Not attack react.
Thanks.
Take one.
Alright. Fawn down to 2. Fawn does have the 1 sigil in deck, I believe.
If you do, be my geese.
Dante sigil and Arsenal sigil in hand. So we talked about both of them. They were actually both on. Was one pitched? One might have been pitched this game. No, I think they're both on the bottom of the deck here. So Dante about to double sigil, taking him back to 11. Jeez. Iromir's with sigil. Jeez, Christ. Long. That's what happens. No counters on Dawn Blades over here. We're just coming in vanilla.
Yep. Seems like a crazy thing to do if you don't have defense reaction.
Luckily for these guys, the stream match does get extra time allocated to them because of the setup. I do believe we have reached time in the round for everybody else. We're really tanking on this block. So we flick-flacked. I mean, we've played around push the point a lot. Ooh, takes it. Goes down to 1. Makes me think he has the sigil in hand. Soul beat for 4. Kind of annoying.
Yep.
And there's the red flick-flack. Sigil. Yep. And remember, there is a sigil in Arsenal. Thom might have a sigil himself in Arsenal. Oof. We've got a few more turns left. Dante drawing that life for life and Torn of Tempo, but no boots. Thom's still having the boots. Boots on 1 health, not usually where you want to be. Okay, and we have a Command and Conquer for 7.
Sigil from Arsenal.
Yep, there's the old sigil from Arsenal off the Command and Conquer.
Block. 5, I believe.
Alright, Dante blocks with the life for life, keeps the Torrent of Tempo. So I do believe it's correct in the blue, so just going to be coming 1, 1, and 5. Important to note, Fallen Tooler didn't have the sigil in Arsenal like we may have thought, so he draws it here or he's in trouble. So I don't think he's got a guy. He's got a lot of flick-flicks left, if any. So I think this is our moment. There it is. There it is. Is this game just a draw then? No, you get extra time if you're on the stream match. You do have extra time because we take time to set up. And there's technical difficulties.
Okay. Yeah, fast attack reactions. Okay, thanks, Demus.
And I believe time is now called, or that was the 5-minuter. There's probably time after 5 minutes, which is called. There's the flick.
Sure.
Oof.
Only step over 5.
British has the last flick flack in his deck. Fortunately, I assume, boom, block for 5.
Yep. Where's my damn E-strike? I bet you any money's in this hand. Oh my god. Alright,
Dante does draw his last razor. And I don't know if he actually drew the E-strike or he's just table talking.
take one.
Should be a draw unless they play it out. In terms of like strategically, this is not a draw. This is Dante would win this game, but if we have reached 35 minutes, yep, draw.
GG.
There's his. Alright, sorry for the funky the funky screen regions there for a sec. But yeah, I mean, sometimes Iron matchups do go to a draw. That's why you should always, encourage your opponent to play as quickly as possible. But with that, just want to shout out to Deck Edge. That's our sponsor. Been here since week 1. Provides FAB product at close to MSRP, whether it's first edition, unlimited. He's got it all. The way to get in on that is his Patreon. I'll link it in the chat if you don't know what it is. But yeah, Deck Edge Patreon. You open spots specifically for watchers and players of FAB Gauntlet, and is the best place to get product whether you're playing or collecting. So we'll take a very quick break and be back for round 4. See you then. Welcome back to Gauntlet Week 13. Again, we have Dante on Ira versus Joel on Prism. So I'm gonna quickly change this cam and update the name, but we're doing something a little special this week. We're actually gonna be following Dante throughout all of Swiss and top 8 if he gets there. If he doesn't make top 8, he's gonna join me in the casting booth. As you can hear right now, you will hear Dante. He's going to be very, very low. I'm going to be lightly commentating over this game, and we're going to try to, get in his head and, watch him play. If you look up in the top right there, you'll be able to see a hand cam where you can see the cards that he is playing with while he's playing. So I will quickly update these names and switch around this camera.
Yeah, dude, what gen iPad was that? Because Brennan and I we were trying to figure it out.
Dante's record is 2-0-1. He is 2-0, 2 wins, 0 losses, 1 draw. So we got Joel on the bin. Joel has been here. Joel top 8'd, I think it was last week or the week before on Shane, so it looks like he's over on Prism now. Prism versus Ira. I'm not aware of how the matchup goes. Yeah, I honestly have no idea. I know that some Iros make the terrible choice of running 2 Nourishing Emptiness in their deck and then somehow rationalize it by saying that it's good against Prism, which it's not. But other than that, I really don't know how the Prism versus Ira matchup goes. We actually don't see too many Prisms in general, but they are pretty powerful. I know as a Kano player, the last thing I want to see is a Prism player on the other side of the board, because that is a hard matchup. Leans towards Ira. Yeah, I would.
Going first, so it's always a bad one.
From the few matches I have seen, it does seem like Ira does pull out. Dante is complaining about having to go first here and losing the die roll.
Which Crane Dance? Ganachi for 1.
Ira's a huge win rate no matter what hero. Well, not against OTK Viserai. So that is incorrect, sir. The matchup is not winnable unless the opponent is very, very bad.
No block.
So just want to note on Joel's side, he has opted for Fjendal Spring Tunic, and we do Razor, quite good, to start the game. Joel's going for this Fjendal Spring Tunic, the Arcanite Skull FAB, and the Goliath Gauntlet. It's very interesting. There is, there is this question. I don't think it's a question. I think it's more of an archetype thing, whether you go for the Vestige of Soul or maybe even Hardened Cross-Shaft and Blitz. So I'll be interested to see. And it looks like we're going to go ahead and block. Pretty nice for Dante drawing the Razor, even though he had to go first here. Getting in that early chip damage. He's going to be able... Oof. Dante will not have a good arsenal, and likely will not arsenal at all. So actually not good for Dante. I take back what I said. Double blue Rushing River in hand with a Crane Dance. Not the greatest starting hand. It's going to be a bit tough. Joel should block this on turn 0. So we have blocked with the War Tune Herald. We will see what else we commit. And that's going to be a Herald of Protection yellow. He has opted for the Luminaris, so his Illusionist attacks do get go again if there is a card with a yellow strip in his pitch zone. Dante has drawn his second Razor along with a Torrent of Tempo. The other 2 cards we will be filled in shortly. That's going to be a yellow Flick Flack and a blue Rushing River. So if Dante does have to Flick Flack something here, he's going to be in not a great spot other than a good old Arsenal pass. That's an Arc-like Sentinel pitched. Interesting. And we got a Herald of Triumph. This is going to make whatever Dante defends with, its attack is -1. This is relevant for Phantasm effects. But this is just coming in for 7, I believe. 7 with go again because of the yellow strip we talked about, triggering Luminaris. Dante probably not excited. I'm assuming throws a Flick Flack in front of this. Ooh, takes a 7. Okay. Yeah, so I guess he goes through the sort of the mental math here where it's like, okay, if I throw Flick Flack in front of this, I throw my combo card in the next, yeah, I might be able to reduce the amount of damage I take, but then I don't have a turn. I have Razor and Torrent Tempo in hand, and my turn sucks. So if Joe has another big Herald here, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. So we will see. Ooh, I see a Command and Conquer. He did bleed the Command and Conquer there. I don't think with Command and Conquer in hand it would have. Oof, that's a big win for Dante. Oh man, that is really really good for Dante.
Two on the old tunic. The Trudging River. Could actually for one.
Okay, good to know. I didn't even know I was clearing the voice or cracking, but I'll keep that in mind. That is unfortunate.
Torrent tempo for 6.
So we see it. Yeah, this is a Dante's turn has been salvaged because Joel did not follow up with another Herald, but does have the Command and Conquer in Arsenal from what we saw. So Dante currently has the Flick Flack, which he's going to look to Arsenal here. So Joel maybe soul shielding this. Does look like he was looking to pitch.
I smell his soul.
Dante says I smell a soul shield. I smell one as well. Little does Joel know that underblocking this is probably the way to go. Dante does not have a follow-up. He also has no resources, so you're only punished by Exude Confidence and Soul Beat Strike. So I really hope that Joel just commits. Oof, please don't commit 2 cards. Please commit the 1. It's definitely the play, is the 1 card, in my opinion. Oof. That's a big win for Dante.
He is good. Arsenal. Okay.
Dang. Yeah, no resources available for Dante there. Could have only been Exude or Soul Beat, and then Dante would have had no Arsenal. I really think you should have underblocked that one. Maybe, yeah, so we're just going to Command and Conquer for 9 here, I assume. Yep. Oh, so he has a Command and... Wonder what he Arsenal. He Arsenal the Soul Shield? Because he bled the Command and Conquer, so we knew about it. Dante says disgusting. Dante has the Flick Flack in Arsenal like we know. Does he have another Flick Flack in hand? That does make it indeed disgusting. Looks like Dante has pushed the point Command and Conquer.
That is...
In which that's a very good boots turn for him. Just need to confirm on that that CNC. I mean, Dante taking 9 here. And then doing... Okay, but Dante has Tunic. Dante has Tunic next turn, so he can still do that. Can you still do that play? Yes. So he doesn't need the blue to do that play if he... Just trying to see what's in his hand here. Block 3, take 5, lose the Flick Flack in Arsenal.
You get my Flick Flack? Kind of annoying.
Does Dante remember the Tunic trigger?
Yep.
Yep. Ooh, I think I see another Flick Flack in hand for Dante, actually. Tough. Or was Flick Flack the... Oh, it's a Sigil. Okay. Got it. Sigil, not Command and Conquer. So not as good as we hoped. Push the point into Command and Conquer would have been fantastic, but that is not what we're going to see. Hopefully Joel gets on a more aggressive plan here. And this is going to be...
It is a blue Flick Flack, yes.
If he blocks this, though... Blocks this, the push the point is much less effective. If he doesn't, it's not lethal, but probably not where he wants to be. Okay. He might have a Soul Shield in Arsenal. There's a Herald of Ravages.
Then I'll push the point for 4.
Push the point for 4. Could have been push the point for 7. So, crisis averted for Joel here. I hope that Joel opts to take this. There we go. Opts to take it. Takes 4. Down to 7. Arcanite Skullcap is on. Maybe not for long because he is going to be hitting Dante back. Surely with something quite big. That's a Tunic up for him. Let's see what Dante has drawn. Dante has the Sigil in Arsenal. Keep that in mind. Dante has drawn a push the point Sorry, a life for life and a leg tap. So strong hand out of Dante here. Will Joel, there's a pitch on Celestial Cataclysm. And Herald of Erudition.
I had a feeling.
And Dante does not have...
You got a pummel in there.
And Dante smells the pummel as well. Herald of Erudition, if it hits, will allow Joel to draw 2 cards, and he will have go again because of the yellow strip. So Dante smells the pummel, blocks for 5, won't play around it. It's going to make the opponent have it.
Attack reaction. You gonna pummel me?
Do you have it? And Joel has the pummel. There it is. Pretty good. Draws 2 cards.
Flick Black would be so nice. to have.
Dante remarks that his yellow Flick Black would be nice, and I agree, Dante. Yellow Flick Black would be nice.
Discard this. You can draw your 2.
Dante discards a card because of pummel. Joel draws 2 cards. If he finds a Herald here, it is absolutely devastating. Something like that Herald of Ravages we saw him block with last turn. It'll be really hard for Dante to deal with. Herald of Erudition Pummel is a classic at this point. Okay, we do pitch the yellow. What do we have? Oh, Herald of Ravages. And Dante can only block for 5 out of hand. I believe that is a yellow Herald of Ravages. So, oof. Sigil in hand, but giving Prism a 4-card hand seems pretty hard. Prism with 4 cards seems like it can come in for 15 plus.
Sigil.
Dante plays the Sigil.
Repeats.
May opt to take this. Joel does have... Ooh, Dante goes to 8, and Joel has Arcanite Skullcap. Interesting. I mean, Dante's... I think he's going to obviously take damage from this... from this Herald of Ravages, right? Because of the 2 arcane, so even if he fully blocks it. But something to note.
Yeah, I'll take 6.
Take 6. Yep, so he does take the 5 plus the 1 arcane damage.
Yep.
He has 2 cards in hand. One is going to be a life for life. Joel has a very, very efficient block on that life for life because of the Phantasmal Footsteps with the
Pitch.
sorry, with the tunic. The tunic will be able to pay for that. And block out that life. Oh, it's life for 5 though. What am I saying? But armor available. So, oh, please don't block this one. What's happening here? Oh, prismatic shield. No. It's boots. All right. It is a blue though, so he's gonna banish something from his soul at the end of his turn. Surely. And Dante about to play out. Dante's wondering, do I life for 5? Yeah, surely. How does Joe block this one? Ooh, this is a tight one right here. Dante does still have the tunic available as well as breaking scales to block. Joel has that Arcanite Skullcap. How low would he be willing to go? Oh man, sounds like a Flow Rida song. Okay, so we are going to... Oh, okay. We're going to create the Soul Shield. He's going to try to stop the on-hit trigger here. Like, you're going to block with a card and the Arcanite Skullcap to stop the on-hit trigger of Life for Life with that shield. By doing that, may have a big Herald come in. Herald of Tenacity, by the way, would be lethal if that's in hand. Wait, Herald of Tenacity just for... Yeah, Herald of Tenacity. No, because we can get up to 5 with armor blocks, so not quite. And what card will we commit here? Oh, it's a yellow Tenacity, though. So, and we're going to come in for 1. Joel will surely take.
Yep.
And get down to 6. Keep in mind, we do have that Tunic on resource. I wonder... Sorry, that resource on Tunic. I wonder if it will come into play this turn. Very interesting. Dante has drawn another sigil. Maybe is saving grace here, but is that a full red hand is my question. If it is, very, very tough spot. Trying to look at my own Dante hand cam over here. No Herald of Erudition, he says. Herald of Ravage is red. Tough one to deal with. It's going to be 6, and if it hits, 1 arcane. Sorry, 7. If it hits, 1 arcane and goes into the soul. Where's the iPad? Did it finally die? No, it is off to the left. Oh, I think he's using a boogie board. He only had to use the iPad because his opponent, I think it was like Tower number 9, and Tower number 9 streams off his phone. Oh man, Herald of Ravages is tough, and then he can Tunic on his turn. So what he's going to do, he's going to do Herald of Ravages, and he's going to Tunic Resource, banish a card, and swing with an Aura. Trying to see if Dante's hand is all red here. Do you see a Torn Tempo block? Looks like we're opting to block for 5 here.
If it hits, fucking...
Yeah, Dante forgets about the arcane and curses on stream like a bad boy. Dante. Dante blocks 5, takes 2, takes 3, and Joel will likely Tunic, banish a card from his soul, and swing for 1, surely. Right? With the 1 resource floating, there we go, boom. Create the aura, swing for 1.
Sure.
And Dante has to take this, I can only assume. Trying to get a look at, oh, Dante does have a blue, okay. Joel didn't swing? What happened? Oh, did he pitch a blue or something? Didn't have to go again? I must have missed that. Yeah. Did Joel have a yellow? I don't think so. Yeah, he pitched the blue. Good. Yeah. You guys are right. I missed that. Still, the shield is quite good for him, I think. Oof. Dante just has a Pounding Gale. Always that Pounding Gale can come in for 6 because of the breaking scales. Well, Ira's ability can come in for 7. We're going to commit the Tunic here.
Yep.
Preserve that shield. Kadashi for 2. I think we'll see Joel block, maybe not. Joel draws Herald of Erudition. It is just over. Dante has exhausted all of his sigils. Joel takes 1 down to 5. Pounding Gale for 5. Breaking skills up could be 6.
Or are you expecting? Unfortunately, no. Not today.
Hopefully Joel does not. I don't think he will, but hopefully he doesn't make the mistake of blocking with his boots and creating a well, the token would save him, make him go to 1. Okay, so it's not terrible. So I guess he can't die to the breaking skills activation by doing that. I think that Herald of Tenacity yellow, which we see one in the graveyard actually right now, is also lethal. If he plays the red, that's going to be lethal. I think he doesn't have it in hand because of how slow we've been playing out this block. I think if we had one of those dominate lethals, we may go for... Alright, Wartune Herald. And the breaking skills to make it 6. Take 3. Down to 2. 2-2. Alright, Joel. Ooh, I saw Herald of Ravages. That's not going to be fun for Dante to deal with, especially if it's a red one. A red one is going to be especially terrible unless he draws a red flick here. If he draws the flying kick, the E-strike, Dante does concede. Phantasmaclasm. Oh, he does not. He is showing his hand because it's Phantasmaclasm. Well, what you do here is you don't put the leg tap on the bottom. Put the blue on the bottom, right? Maybe the E-strike. Maybe the E-strike, I guess. Yeah. He does have go again, though. So maybe he could banish and swing with one. But that Phantasmaclasm is tough. Or he pitched a blue here. I'm not sure. I think it is a blue, right? It would have to be, because Phantasmaclasm costs 3. Yeah, he pitched the blue. Sorry, the color's a bit hard to see, but drew C and T. I mean, I think you... So you're at 2, so you don't want Dante to have a blue. That's like worst case scenario. Dante can block, so 3, 6. So Dante can block with... Like, let's say this was Dante's hand. He can block with E-strike, flying kick. Yeah, I think that's the right choice, Joel. If he draws a red, he's really screwed here. So Dante is just gonna... Dante draws a red, but it's a soul beat strike. Oh.
I'll just block for 9 here.
It does full block it. It's gonna give... Wow.
One of the soul beat that I drew.
Okay. Yep. It's gonna give Joel a 4-card hand here. Arsenal, Arsenal the leg tap. Joel 4-card hand, still has Herald of Erudition in his deck. Likely has another pummel, which I don't think we've seen. Can't remember if it was pitched. It's gonna be very tough for Dante. Is that gonna be a red flick off the top? No, it's not. That's a flying kick. I see 2 blues. I see 3 blues and a flying kick. No, I see 2 blues and a yellow. All right, what do we have, Joel? It's the Herald of Erudition. That's it. And it looks like Dante's run has come to an end.
Gauntlet with the hand that I had. That was like.
I will move them out. Pardon the screen regions for a sec. Got to figure out a better transition for that one. But interesting as we see, Prism does take down Ira, does take down Dante, and probably crushes his dream for top 8 at this point. We'll see if he joins me in the booth or he continues to play out the rest of the turn. We're doing 5 rounds of Swiss. So just 1 more left, I believe. But just want to shout out Deck Edge, our sponsor. He's got a Patreon. Sells it close to MSRP, which includes first edition. If you're able to get in, it's the place to be. He opens spots specifically for watchers and players of Gauntlet. What is Dante's record? Dante's record is 2-1-1. He does have 1 draw and 1 loss. With that, we're going to take a quick break before what I believe is round 5, but it could be round 4. Anyway, stick around. right, so welcome back to round 5. The screen regions do work. I am joined by the one and only Dante. Dante, welcome.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to be here, but sometimes when you're a garbage player, it happens. There's not much you can do about that, right, Brendan?
Well, I mean, at least you got a good mentality about it, right?
This is where all the washed up people go, commentary. So here I
Well, I've been here for 13 weeks, so welcome, brother.
am. At least you understand me. You excited for this match though, Brendan? A Bolton versus Chain. Not something that we've seen on the Gauntlet before, as far as I know. Not something I've really seen at all, to be honest with you.
What the people don't understand is that this is table 1 and both players are undefeated. I heard some people saying, oh, there's not enough Monarch. Well, there 2 Monarch heroes undefeated. We got Bolton versus Shane on turn 1, and this is Xur. I haven't seen Xur before in the Gauntlet, I don't think. That was the first time we're streaming him. Tower number 9, obviously kind of a staple. I think he's won 5 of them. On the Shane versus Bolton. Where does it land, Dante? Who wins?
It's hard to say. If Bolton finds his via the Vanguards and his Lumina Ascensions, I think that he can definitely get it swung in his favor, but he's got to remember that Husk is there. And that Husk can be really painful for the Bolton player. I think you want to try and get it as early as possible, obviously, just like every other matchup against Chain. But if Chain gets going, sometimes nothing can stop him unless he stops himself by banishing extremely poorly.
Ebenfold, by the way?
Yeah, that's a little interesting. I don't know if I agree with that one. I think I'd prefer the skull cap here, but maybe Davis is trying out some new stuff. It must be working for him so far. I mean, who am I to judge? I've lost 2. I had to drop from the tournament. He's undefeated, so clearly he knows what he's doing.
Lets you cycle bad hand. Oh, I don't doubt Ebenfold's efficacy at what it does. Mm-hmm. I just don't agree with its power level over Arcanite Skullcap in a physical-based matchup like Bolton, especially where there's a lot of hit triggers and things like that.
Yes.
So, Ebenfold, yes. I mean, it's good, and it's definitely not a bad card. Just the Skullcap, especially against Bolton, where it's like, hit, draw a card, hit, do this. Oh, man, Saber Bolton, let's go.
Yeah.
Sabrays.
I'm not as high on the Saber Bolton, to be honest with you. I thought it was gonna be the Raiden Bolton, but I mean Saber Bolton's pretty good. Don't get me wrong. I just think that Raiden Bolton is better. But I guess we'll see. There's a reason that he's on table 1 and I'm not. So we'll see how it ends up going here. I've never actually played Saber Bolton myself. I've only played the Raiden Bolton, but I'd imagine the Lumina Ascension turns are ginormous, especially with Courage and Gallantry Gold.
Yeah, for sure. And quickly, I'd want to ask the chat, what did you guys think of the format we did? It's even if it's successful, we're not going to do it all the time. But did you enjoy like being able to watch it from Dante's perspective with the hand cam, being able to hear him and kind of get the Gauntlet experience from the viewer's perspective? How did that turn out? I would like to kind of hear your thoughts.
You're gonna be a whole bunch of resin sleepers in the chat.
We should get a Kano cam. Mike, we would do a Kano cam, and I would happily be the Kano, but there would be a lot of downtime. Like, there would be like 25-minute breaks.
Yeah, it would be pretty tough. For the viewers, anyway. It would be a barista. It would be a barista commentate. Oh, if I had to do that alone, it would be so nice.
Start with
there's
the
Art of War.
Yeah.
Yeah, you love to see it when you're playing Chain. That's for sure. Definitely a good one.
Good banish too. Shadow of Urser, as they say.
Who's they? I need to know.
No comment.
But the day that you're referring to is.
Most likely gonna have 3. Gonna have 3 attacks on this chain link at least. Also, guys, let me know how Dante's volume is compared to mine, because I did have him turned down quite a bit and previously while we were watching him. Let me know if he does
I'm
the
also
patented Dante mumble.
a di- I'm also at a different like proximity to my mic right now, so it's probably a little bit lower actually.
I said you sound beautiful.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh my God. Guys, stop it. I'm flattered. You don't need to say things like that. But it'll be interesting what Davis decides to play here. Did he give any indication on what he chose with the Art of War?
Well, no, not yet.
Hmm.
We'll see that on blocks. Davis is also on 14. Um, yeah, I think I mentally spaced when Davis took all the damage, but it makes sense with his massive Art of War hand. But, yeah, I mean, we'll see what we do. He's, like, really tanking on this. Like, what? Do I banish something with Shadow Versa or do I not? Okay, so we're going to play Shadow Versa.
Looks like he is going to.
No banish.
No banish.
Yeah,
So I guess the Art of War gave go again then. Interesting.
Yeah, I think so. He does have 2 Soul Shackles.
That's very interesting. I feel like if I'm playing an Art of War and I'm banishing a Shadow Versa, I'm probably going to want to choose the +1 because I know I'm getting at least 3 attacks in that turn. But he might not have had any Blood Debt in his hand and he didn't want on drawing any Blood Debt. So it's understandable. Looks like
Celestial
we're
block.
blocking with the Celestial Cataclysm on the Bolton side, which
Unfortunately,
it's
for 3.
a difficult card to play. Yeah, good
Yeah.
card, but tough to play sometimes.
Well, it's unfortunate because it's for 3, because we can't really see if there's a +1 on this Art of War quite yet. Maybe Tower just like totally whiffed, right? On that
That's
draw.
possible. I don't think there's a +1 on it. I think he chose go again, and now
Yeah.
he's striking for 5 go again here. And then he'll play out whatever his last attack is, which could very well be make a rune chant, and then just swing the sword. No, he wouldn't swing the sword because he hasn't played a non-attack action.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably just some attack from hand then. Might be a command and conquer.
Vexing Malice.
Okay, Vexing Malice, yeah.
No arcane. Well, the opponent does have Arcanite Skull Cap, so can pitch a blue to block it.
Did he make a
He did.
shackle?
Wait. What? Okay, yeah, it took the 2. Did he make a shackle?
I don't know. Maybe he did choose +1 in the Art of War then. I'm thoroughly confused. It is very difficult to tell what they're doing with the Art of Wars. So at least the Art of War turn's done now, so we don't have to be confused anymore. We'll see what the Bolton's able to come back with. 3-card hand. Bolton is quite a card hungry hero, I would say. It feels like you really have to have a lot of cards in your soul.
Yeah, he was charging face down. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, you got to show your opponent what you're charging. But yeah, he seems to be pretty card hungry because you need to have like a card in hand to be able to charge, get the Bolton ability going. Something to pitch usually, although a lot of the attacks do cost 0. But in my experience playing with him, I found that when I have a 4-card hand, I feel very strong. Anything less than 4 cards, and I feel significantly weaker. We'll see what he ends up playing here. I'm not sure if he's going to be getting go again from that. I don't think so, because he blocked with a non-attack action.
He blocked
so
for
it doesn't
5
actually
on
have
a bolt for 1, right? It's a blue.
Yeah.
So I guess he just like knows it's Courageous Steel Hand, so he's like, eh. Don't get your draw.
Wants to keep the husk up as well. So better to sacrifice, the gloves in this case, so that he can keep the husk, make that Courageous Steel Hand in hand. If it is a Courageous Steel Hand, which it looks like it is based on...
It's gotta be. Right?
Yeah.
He would only block like that not to Bolt of Courage for 1. So it's pretty face up. Yeah. I'm assuming that's what Tower read.
Yep.
And making this
why
block.
he preserves the husk, and that'll end his opponent's turn.
That's not good for Bolton.
That is really not good for
But we milled more red skies and
Did he hit
Vexing.
anything?
No.
He didn't hit anything though, so at least there's that.
It's garbage.
It was pretty garbage, but I'm sure that the cards in this hand will more than make up for the garbage. Starting with a Plunder Run will definitely more than make up for garbage.
Such a
banishes,
good
too.
card. It's so bad in so many scenarios where it's not in your arsenal.
Yep. It's
Sucks to
this is
pitch,
coming in for
sucks to
7
block,
now.
sucks to banish.
Yeah, exactly. But when you play it out of Arsenal, my God, do you ever feel great?
Yeah, I guess
You
if
feel
you're
like the
playing
king of the world.
Shane, you're already at the freaking roulette table, so why not?
Yeah. Just throw a little more in there. Ghostly Visit here is coming in for 7. It does have the on-hit trigger from the Plunder Run. So if it hits, he will be drawing a card. He does still have the 2 resource floating, and he's played a non-attack action, so he can swing the sword again. But if the Ghostly Visit doesn't hit here, he may choose instead to play another attack action to keep the benefit of the draw from the Plunder Run. We'll have to see how the Bolton decides to block here. I'd imagine he'd like to keep all the cards in his hand, but when you're looking at a Plunder Run, sometimes it's it's
Well,
better to
I'm gonna
just
tell you
block
how
out.
the next turn's gonna go down. Bolton's gonna play something, and he's gonna go husk.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, unless it's a saber, right? Because like he just knows he has Courageous Steel Hand, so he's just
He's
gonna.
taking it.
Yeah, I know, because he's Bolton, bro. Like he's like, oh, double Lumina,
Down to
double
4,
V,
give him a
not bad.
card.
Double Lumina, double V with Courageous and Arsenal, not bad. But it's actually Lumina's, I guess, the way less crazy in this one, eh?
Lumina
And
this one.
Saber.
Why would it be? Why would it be less crazy?
Is it more crazy in Saber versus Raiden?
Well, I feel like with the courage, if you have enough go again with cards in your soul, which
You just
unfortunately doesn't at this point, but you can literally just swing your sabers 2
4.
times each,
Yeah.
coming in for 4 damage if you use the gallantry gold as well.
Mm-hmm.
If you've charged possible 5
Wow.
or 6, I guess,
And-
because of the sabers effects in general.
Tower's presenting lethal as well.
Yep.
I'm gonna demand a card from hand.
And now it's a decision on how you want to block.
One thing to note is that Tower has cleaned up his floor. Usually we see a cacophony of cards on the floor there. And it does look squeaky clean.
You did a little bit of spring cleaning,
Yep, day by day, week
busted
by
out the
week.
vacuum.
Improving.
There you go. Here we are.
This man's on point.
It's time. You are the only one who would ever notice anything like that. But that's why I like commentating with you, Brendan. You keep us grounded.
Yeah, because I say a bunch of useless shit.
Well, we're
takes
blocked
the
with an
one.
E-strike here. Still taking 1.
It's
Davis
great.
gets to make a rune chant.
Yep.
And now we're at 3 life to 14, and a husk. So might as well
Yep.
call it 3 life to 20.
The Carrion Husk, man.
Yeah, it is a tough card to get around. Definitely can swing a lot of games for you, and really helps you with the, I guess, staying alive during the early game.
This gets Husk
To make sure that
100%.
you're able to get enough soul shackles up.
Yeah. The Husk is like that friend. Like when you like try to tell a story or something, they like look it up and prove you wrong. Just like nobody likes that guy. This is like the
You have
easiest.
friends like that? That's kind of weird.
Yeah, and they're
Wow.
they're carrying husks, man. So this for 6. This, yeah. I mean, so he's like, hey, nice courageous steel hand. Okay, Snapdragon. There you go, sir. And ooh, it's a bolt of victory. It was not courageous steel hand, so we're gonna +1. How are we going?
Could end up being a +1 here. Do
What
you
is
know
it
if it says search for any card with
No.
+1, or is
Attack
it search for an attack
action. Attack action.
Well, no Lumina for you then.
Or I'm
oh,
wrong.
no,
Non-attack
just kidding.
action, maybe.
All right.
Wait, what the? I'm looking it up.
Yeah, you might need to look that up. Because I was going to
Sorry.
say, he's probably just going to grab a Lumina here, pitch, break the Courage, break the Gallantry Gold, and then do Saber, maybe. And if the Sabers hit, he'll be able to get additional cards into his soul.
Action card, not attack action.
Oh, I see. Okay. So any action.
Yes. It's an action. Yep.
So yeah, we're breaking the courage here. I'd
Playing
imagine that he's
Lumina.
gonna, yep, pitch for the
Double
Gallantry goal.
Lumina.
Oh,
Yeah.
a double Lumina. Yikes. So the Saber's coming in for what now? 4? It's coming in for 2, 3, 4, possibly 6 if he defends with an attack action.
And Lumina,
That's pretty good.
What's the on hit as well?
The on hit is if he hits with it, he puts a card into his, or he looks at the top card of his deck. If it's a light card, he can put it into his soul and gain 1 life. Or he has to put it into his soul. I think it's mandatory if it's a light card. So that would be triggering twice. So he could be gaining quite a bit of life here and putting quite a few cards into the soul. And keep in mind that he is able to attack with these Centauri Sabers multiple times. So
Yep.
looks like Davis will be taking 4 here. He'll reveal the top card of his deck, top 2 cards of his deck, I guess. Yep. Both are light cards. Both go into his soul. He gains 2 life.
This is the deck I've heard about but never seen. I've heard about this like combo Bolton
And they're shaking hands.
tower
All right.
concedes.
Whoa, really?
Yeah.
What?
He's dead, dude.
You can't block with enough from hand?
It probably just keeps
He was
bumping
at
or
14
something.
life, right?
Yeah, I'm assuming he just like keeps bumping or something. And because you like you said goes up to 6. Takes 2.
He strikes on a light card, so he wouldn't put that one into his soul or gain a life.
Soul
off
is
it,
not.
But
Yeah, the soul is less relevant than the.
yeah, I guess if he has all attack actions in hand, it makes it tough. But he can swing with those sabers 2 times each.
Said Bolton can attack 6 times with the sabers. Yeah, 1 additional time each.
Oh, because of the double Lumina. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm just a papega, as Twitch chat would say. I forgot that you can proc the Lumina.
I've heard people asking
that
can they see certain
That
decks?
would be 6 attacks.
I think a lot of people are going to be asking to see this deck. Wow, this deck is undefeated. So it's he warned us before we watched him that it was a meme deck, but meme deck slaps.
Doesn't look too memey now. Yeah, if you're able to get that double Lumina turn, that's kind of insane. I didn't even realize that. That is whew. What a turn.
The days I'm happy I play Kano, eh?
Yeah, exactly. Wow, pretty cool. All right, very cool deck from. Do you know his name? I don't even know his
Zer
name.
XIR. Marius, yeah, or
Zer?
Zer XIR.
Yeah, I've seen him around in quite a few tournaments, so it's nice to see him at the top tables here. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of this Bolton deck. That was the last round of Swiss, I believe. So it should be the top 8 after this, and he'll be our top-seeded player going into the top 8 here. So it'll be really cool to hopefully see that deck again in action and see if we're able to catch another double Lumina turn.
Interesting, yeah. Awesome. We'll take a quick break. Shout out to Deck Edge, our sponsor, and I guess I've heard a lot from me over the 5 rounds we commentated Dante about Deck Edge. But obviously, a great place, whether you're collecting or playing, to get your cards. With that, we'll take a quick break before. Well,
Whoa! Did you tell them about his skirmish?
Sorry, Dante. What? There's a skirmish?
Have you revealed the details?
It couldn't be me. You had to do the honors. Go ahead. Tell them.
Okay, well, hey, listen, guys. I'm going to tell you right now, Deck Edge is running a skirmish. It's going to be awesome. Plenty of packs going out, plenty of prizes.
300, I believe.
It's insane. We will link the Twitch chat, I think. Right? We can do that, Brendan? We can send a link in the Twitch chat. I'm a boomer. I don't actually know. I assume so.
Yep. Well, I can if you want to.
Yeah, so... Okay. Well, we'll send a link to the Deck Edge skirmish, but I do recommend that everybody signs up. It's on Sunday the 27th, I believe.
Yep, 27th.
Starting at noon, I think, or something like that, Eastern time. And it should be a big one. It should be a nice big skirmish to finish everything off with tons of great prizing. So I'd really recommend checking that out and entering if you're free that day and you wanna play in the last skirmish of the season, basically.
Yep, and we will be streaming it all on this channel. So just like we did Reaper Skirmish in Season 1, streaming the whole entire thing. And again, we get to basically commentating during the final skirmish of the season, which I think Reaper was that last in season 1 as well. So super exciting.
Yep, exactly.
It's unofficially determines who is the king or queen of skirmish, right? The final one.
Exactly.
I recommend you play. Hope to see you there. And we'll take a break before top 8 and be back soon. All right, welcome back to the top 8 of FAB Gauntlet Week 13. Match number 1, undefeated Bolton player, combo Bolton, Lumina Ascension, well, plus the Sabres, but I can't imagine a harder matchup.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's against Bolton's arch nemesis, Kano. Deck struggles versus Kano. I can say that pretty confidently. Have you had any experience in this matchup, Brendan?
No, but I imagine it's incredibly Kano favored. Just the Bolton is like we saw, he's very, very card heavy, but you can not block a Shane and take face up, 10 damage. You can not block a Kano and then get Blazing Ethered for like 15. So
yeah, exactly.
yeah.
I'm interested to see what equipment the Bolton's going to be running. If he's going to be running Null Rune or if he's going to go with
his
the
standard
full Spell Void suite.
Oh yeah.
I was playing Bolton in a skirmish on the weekend. I was playing Raiden Bolton. I almost beat Guy on Kano, and I ran the full Spell Void. So the light helmet, which I forget the name of, unfortunately, and then the ones that have Spell Void 1 that come in the starter decks. It actually worked out pretty well, I'm not going to lie.
Oh yeah. He's running Null Rune too, though.
Yeah, it's like a husk for Kano.
Is it CC
You just
now?
husk Kano, and then you go nuts.
Oh, bro, I know. I hate Spell Void armor as Kano. It's really annoying. I feel
Yeah.
ya.
He felt the same way. But he still beat me in the end, because no rune makes it kind of tough.
Yeah. By the way, losing my words here, but the Bolton player is the higher seed, so he does get to choose, and he chooses to go first. We do see it via the Vanguard. Wow, he chooses to go first. I realize that, via the Vanguard, charges 1 card, pitches Bolting Blade. And
We do need to know if that card is a light card or not to get the via the Vanguard effect. So I feel like you should maybe be charging face up, because that is not giving us a lot of information. It's not giving his opponent much information either, but it looks like
that is an odd one. The charging face down.
I guess it must be a light card. Yeah. You need to know what's getting charged there. So it would be really funny if he flipped it over and it was like an E-strike when he realizes that he's charging upside down. If it's an E-strike or something. It's like,
yeah, and
the Vanguard shouldn't even come in.
We've seen via the Vanguard played incorrectly as well. Like charged a Razor and then played it with the +1, which is not how it works.
Yeah, it does need to be a light card, so
all right, Kano starting out with a Reverberate here. I hope that's a Reverberate red. Kind of looks like a yellow, but I mean it's got the chrome treatment.
It's a red.
Yeah, it's got the chrome treatment.
The ultra glare, just the way we like it. I do believe it's a red though. It'll be interesting to see if the Bolton player even bothers blocking it.
Can you PM?
But if he doesn't,
can you do me a favor?
Like
can you DM Demos and tell him to charge up? Just because I can't with the screen regions.
I'll do that now.
Because that'll probably be a pervasive or persistent problem.
Yeah, I will let him know. There he is.
Oh, Lord and Savior. Demos Capolulas.
You're muted, by the way, Demos.
Oh, I got muted.
Any charged cards need to be...
There we go. And it was a light card. Bolt of Courage. Nice.
Okay, thank God. Whew.
Yeah.
Whew.
We got Reverberate for 4 here. Yeah, tough one. Because if he Null Rune 2 blocks, he can get a nice Voltive Bolt to the face.
I was gonna say it's gonna hurt really bad if it's a Voltic Bolt.
There's our Soul Shield. Does Null Rune 2 block it? Do we have Le Voltable? And pitching.
Tell you what, when this Kano plays a
Ooh.
Nourishing Emptiness, he's gonna be real sad he got rid of that soul.
Oh, Sonic Boom is even worse than Voltic Bolt, man. If the top deck is nice, that is pain. Sonic Boom for 3, so he can block 2. No Spell Void. So Sonic Boom trigger will happen. 2 floating. Man, Sonic Boom into Blazing. Let's go. No Ooh, that's get rid of Illumina. You're never gonna see that again versus Kano.
Wow.
You gotta remember that. Oh!
Never again.
Might have been. Apologies.
Oh man.
Yeah, apologies if that was loud, but whew, that was not nice. Yeah, so one thing you need to note as the Bolton player here is that whatever you pitch, you might as well be throwing it in a trash can because it is not coming back.
Never ever. It's tough to see, but sometimes that's the way the cards come off the top. Ooh, a little bit of shadow action to fix the glare. Love that.
Yeah.
Get the head on cam.
Just use the big Kano head, the big brain. Oh man, this is just a rough one. Because we had a triple pitch there. Bolton's got 1 card in hand. Now is on 13 versus Kano's 14. It's just going to draw back up, I believe, and in. No, he was organizing his pitch. My apologies.
Yeah, it's cute that he's doing that. I like that. Ooh.
Yeah, that's a
man.
Apt word. Apt word is cute.
That is... That is, yikes. You pitch the red, you swing the saber. He is not blocking, is he?
I have no idea why you would block. Red Aetherflare too, probably.
That is strange. Yeah, I wonder what's in his hand if he was willing to block with an Aetherflare.
Literally,
like that. I feel like Aetherflare is one of those cards you really want to not be blocking with.
It literally has to be. Well, I mean, okay. It's another Aetherflare, so I'm assuming he just has to Arsenal. So here's the thing. Say he didn't block there, he's at 12. Now he gets to Crucible this Aetherflare, and it's just better. Like, it's just better. Like, that's got to be, just the right play. Because now you opt 3 rather than 2, and your opponent is also on 10 when you can start forked and kill them.
Yep. And I imagine it's probably a stir that he's holding in his hand right now that he wants to be arsenaling for that big kill turn.
Nothing really tells us.
Yeah,
it's possible.
don't,
Also, he's running the Robe of Rapture, which, pretty bad.
He wants those resources.
I mean,
Hey,
obviously, if you don't have a tunic,
yeah,
if you don't have a tunic, right? Like that's there's definitely a reason, but it's definitely not ideal. Basically, it allows you to Kano and lose your action point, which I can't imagine would be what you want against Bolton.
No, I don't think so. But yeah, if you don't have a tunic, I mean...
My man's got cold foil boots and
your
Metacarpus
next
node,
option.
but doesn't have a tunic. Hey, hold on. No Arsenal.
Yeah, that's shocking.
Disagree with the block.
I really have no idea. Yeah, that can't be right.
Yeah, no Arsenal.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, but I mean, I guess we'll at some point we'll end up seeing what's in his hand there. But you know, good enough for the
You said that.
Golden player here.
Someone said
I
that's a
guess, to
spindle.
Actually, have some semblance of a turn.
Did we call it Aetherflare? We definitely meant Spindle. Did we call it Aetherflare?
Aether.
Spindle, right? I think we might have.
Aether Spindle is the attack, right?
Is flare equals spindle confirmed? Yeah, I mean we definitely meant Aether Spindle, not Aether Flare.
Sorry, once we got on one track, we just kept on it.
Yeah, I guess. Couple of times.
We at least sort of know what the cards do. Some of them.
I
We just don't know their names. So.
Yes, should have kept the spindle in Arsenal. That I agree. I have Ophidia in hand. Why would he pitch the lesson?
Yeah,
No chance.
that's what I'm saying.
The double
A
bottom.
double bottom on the talisman. Wow.
And then pops the rubber fracture. Okay. Nothing like a little luck. Let's go.
Mm-hmm. A little straight off the top. Nothing
Second
wrong with that.
Voltic. Yep. 6.
Be dealing 4 free damage here. No biggie.
I'm also definitely in the future compared to you, Dante.
Oh yeah, dude, trust me, I know. I'm trying to not talk so that I don't cut you off because I know it's gonna start happening, and I'm already like in my head planning out how I'm gonna like find somewhere else to stream on a different computer after this round is done. And I was hoping that it would be done quickly so that I thought it would be with the Kano here, but I was wrong. This one's taking a little bit longer than I had anticipated originally. So
Well, taking
we'll
4
find out.
down to 7. Down to 7. That's a very killable. Although, like, we did exhaust our talismanic lens when I don't think we needed to.
I
Yep.
don't think so either. I feel like you really want to be saving that for if you're put in a situation where you can either get a lot of value out of it, or if you're, your opponent's coming in for lethal or something, and you have to see some cards on the top to be able to kill them, or the right card on the top.
Yeah, it's an interesting game to try to cast because basically nothing is happening, right? I mean, we're just pitching, and then
No.
like he's at 7, so Kano can like likely just kill him with boots. But
Yeah.
Trying to figure it out.
But yeah, sometimes the kill turn is not so obvious.
Well, there we go. This is. I
but it
really
looks
hope
like,
this
I
is
guess-
lethal.
I guess it is.
Yeah, there's the stir. Okay. Good thought about. So just need a just need 2 crucible. I mean, yep. So it's definitely for 7 at least. Oh no, that's only for 6. Okay. Yep, that's for 7.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, 3 plus 3 plus 1 is 7, which is. I mean, the opponent still has a card in hand. But was that a blue
Yeah,
Scalding
but-
Rain he accidentally put on the field?
I think so.
Yeah.
Which is just pitch for Blazing Aether, right?
Yep,
And that's
it's
game.
over. Yep. And he has another resource to bump it.
Yeah, with the nodes. So
All right, we
that'll
block.
be it here, I think. I'm pretty sure that's all she wrote.
Yeah, block 2, go to 2, and then go find Blazing Ether, pitch, get Blazing Ether off the top. Boom, boom.
There
That's
we
funny.
go.
I would,
Shabam.
it'd have been funny if his opponent was like, "No, you played the Scalding Ren." Scalding for 4.
Hey man, it's the top 8 of the Gauntlet. Sometimes you have to.
All right, we'll take a quick
Ooh,
break.
the Illuminati Arsenal.
Try to sort out some technical issues. Dante's gonna take a time machine, try to get back up to speed with me. But anyway, we'll take a quick break.
That'd be
And we'll be
nice.
back for the quarters. We've got Tower number 9, Jacob Burns, the usual suspects up here, duking it out. So we'll take a quick break and see you soon. Welcome back to the top 4 FAB Gauntlet. I'm joined always by myself. That's me. We're right. We're double cam. Dante's gone because he's bad at his job and we have technical issues. So it's going to be the double cam video again. Back to back, week to week, double cam. Unfortunately, do not have anything set up so I can deal with the screen regions if Dante poops out on me. So it's just me. But we do have.
I'm sorry, all right? There's nothing I can do. My computer's garbage, my internet's garbage. It's just the way that it is, all right? But now we have no delay. Now we can be in sync for the first time since we started casting today, all right? So it's pretty good.
We do have Jacob Burns versus Tower number 9. This is going to be Shane versus Ira. Jacob Burns was the first player in the United States to reach 1,000 XP. Tower number 9 was some dude. He's a pretty good player. He's won Gauntlet like 5 times.
Yeah. I can't even make it out of Swiss, so that should say something about.
It should say something, but it really doesn't say much. Expected. But yeah, I mean, Ira versus Shane. It's the dance of the carrion husk, as you call it. The longer Tower keeps with that husk, the better the game is for him. The better. And there is a strategy you can employ versus Shane, which I slightly hope we don't see, which is where Iris will just literally try to fatigue him and not play the game. That can be effective if the Shane player banishes both Audivores, puts him in a pretty tough position. But if he plays Audivore, it's pretty unlikely that that's going to work out. With that said, Tower, I think he's the higher seed. Yeah, he's definitely the higher seed. So he's going to choose probably to go second here. And we'll see how long we can keep that husk for. And sorry about the double cam. Dan's Gaming in the chat, Resident Sleeper. We've seen it all before.
I already know it's Mike doing those. I actually think that Shane probably wants to go first against Ira. I feel like getting shackles early is really important in this matchup. In the games that I've played on both sides, I always find that everything went better when I was going first on Shane, or they had a better game against me when they went first if I was playing Ira. So
I think so too. Actually, I think going first is pretty nice.
Yeah, I think going first is kind of key. It's weird because you're playing this very aggressive, go wide kind of deck, but surprisingly, you do want to be going first just because getting those soul shackles, like getting your soul shackle count up quickly, is definitely a great way to win the game.
I see a roll, which scares me, but Tower will remind him. I actually think the jury's not out on that. I think that feeling it out, it does seem like you want to go first, but I don't know. I can't commit to be like, that's definitely 100% the right thing to do,
Yeah, no, I don't know if it's 100% the right thing to do. Just in my playing, I found that it does feel better as the chain player to be going first.
Yeah, sure.
Whether or not that's right or wrong remains to be seen.
Well, in the 2-2 drop world, that is right,
Oh, man, sometimes it hurts being such a bad player. I'm not
oh, man. Sorry.
It is tough. It is tough.
I apologize.
You know what I can't wait for? When that happens to me at the calling. Oh, God. I buy a plane ticket to the US of A, and then that happens. It would be so sad. But expected.
I'm sure you would take it like a champ. Just great mental game,
I would spiral into a never-ending depression.
Bro, I have to put you on watch after that.
Well, anyway, pretty standard first turn from the Ira, just a pitch, Kadachi. The second one gets blocked by Seeds of Agony, and then Jacob's just going to choose to pass instead. Going back to Davis's turn here, I think he's just thinking of the best way to play out the turn to get the most amount of damage. It looks like he did choose to go second, though,
yep.
Which is interesting. So I guess it's true. Players who make top 8 probably are better and do know their decks more than those who go 2-2 in Swiss. So
never ends, man.
But yeah, we'll see if it ends up working out for him. I was watching Jacob Burns' match as we were waiting for some of the other games to finish. And I saw some pretty interesting cards in that Ira deck. Very unconventional, So it'll definitely be super interesting to see what he comes up with
Ooh,
here. But
that's a card.
looks like we're starting with the old Soul Reaping. Yep,
Yep.
that is a pretty good one.
6, go again, gain a resource.
Sounds like everything you want.
Yep. Just the old big middle finger turn 1 by Shane.
Yep.
Let's get red
Flick
flick though.
Pretty good. Yeah, let's stop the next attack. That next attack, though, could be a blue Unhallowed Rites, which would not be great.
Malvern
But
into Unhallowed into swing, I guess.
Mm.
Maybe we Arsenal. Maybe we Arsenal. Depends. Does he block the... Puts the seeds at the bottom. Okay.
Yeah, keep in mind that if he doesn't block this, he will get a rune chant from it hitting, but you may not want to block knowing that the Nebula Blade's probably coming next.
I think we Nebby this. Yep.
Yeah.
4, sir. I probably would have taken the 2.
I think.
But then my opponent gets.
Oh well, no. Honestly, if you have the Flick Flack in hand, maybe you don't need to take the 2.
I mean the sink below, eh?
Yeah, or the sink below. Yeah, sorry.
So.
I forgot that people run things other than Flick Flack in their IR decks nowadays.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure this IR deck has. I witnessed a turn that was Kadachi Toma Fiendal Remembrance. So.
That'll do it.
There are other play patterns for sure.
Pretty slick turn here. Just a little E-strike for 7 out of the arsenal. Able to keep 1 card in hand, take no damage that first turn. Or take 2 damage, I guess, that first turn from the 2 from the Soul Reaping.
Yep.
And this might get the Husk if Davis really likes this hand. He may just throw the Husk in front of it.
Yeah, I mean, if the hand is good enough, right? You throw the Husk in front of it. Committing 2 cards to it doesn't seem so bad.
No.
Especially at the 1 Soul Shackle, he could still come in for 8, pretty easily. Davis is at 19, I believe.
Yeah, I think that I'd prefer to block with cards from hand here. I think that keeping the Husk up as long as possible is definitely the way that you want to be going, especially if you think the Iro might be trying to grind you out. Which, I mean, a Flick Flack and a Sink below. That might be the game plan here. We'll end up seeing. We'll see.
I don't think so because I mean, he could. He's got the tome. He's got the tome to gain life.
Tome of Fendel. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that maybe that tome.
I think that he could. I don't think he's going to though. So we do double.
We didn't think the last arrow was going to, and then he was. So red ghostly visit off the top. You love to see it.
Yeah, it might be an 8 damage turn with 2 cards.
Yep. Making a shackle and just playing it out, I guess. Yep.
Ooh, double Shadow Verser in the hand. Interesting.
Yeah, it may only end up being a 5 damage turn if he does choose to arsenal that last card and swing the sword instead. It would be interesting to see. It's blocked with the Flick Flack here.
I would
just
swing the sword for 1.
For 1.
Throw the arsenal.
Yep. Get a free arsenal there.
Get that rune chant maybe.
Yeah.
Probably.
I can't imagine that he'd block this, to be honest. I feel like it would just be a waste of a card from hand. You just want to take the 1 damage, let him have a rune chant, call it a day. He does have no rune gloves as well to be able to block that rune chant if necessary.
Interesting choice. What do you think about running null rune versus
I disagree with it, to be honest with you. I think that there's never... The only situation where you want to be blocking null rune damage is, number 1, if it's coming in for lethal. Number 2, if it's coming in on the first turn of the game. If it's not the coming in for lethal and it's not the first turn of the game, you almost never pitch to block the null rune damage that's coming in. Because you just want to block the...
Exude confidence, Dante.
Exude confidence, actually.
We saw you do a little bit of learning on this card live, I believe.
Yes, sir. I had to call a judge in my game because I wasn't sure if I was able to, because the text reads that you can't play um, any instance. And if he pitched, I think he could have killed me, if I'm not mistaken. But it scared me. It gave me a good fright. So,
What's the
was,
ruling? You can play it in response?
yeah, you can play an instant in response before like resolves. You can't play defense reactions though unless you block with a card that has more attack than it. When it comes in for the second attack from an Ira though, it has 5 attack, which is not always the easiest to have a card with 5 attack in hand to be able to block it and play defense reaction after. So it was lucky for me that I had the pounding gale in hand, so that I could play the flick flack when I had it. But in this case, it looks like there's not going to be any. What did he pitch for the additional damage? I would assume so.
I didn't catch that.
I'm not sure either. I was too busy blabbering.
Did we mill anything good there under the Command and Conquer? Is it a Riftbind or?
It is a.
Swinging for 4 with 2 arcane. Might actually get a card pitched for the arcane damage here.
I think it is a Riftbind.
Yeah, it looks
I can't
like
read it. It's very small, but.
I can see the art, you know?
Oh, you're still on that art train. The tiny art. Let's use the corner of a card. Oh, yeah, that's.
Wow.
Vapor
Jeez.
Scene. This deck is very defensive. My goodness. Running the Sinks, the Fates, probably all the Flick Flacks too.
Tomes.
Sheesh. That is a lot of defense.
E strike 7.
Yeah, not too bad. And 1 arcane, I believe.
Yep, 1 arcane is correct.
Yeah, we'll see how he decides to block here. Based on how defensive this deck is looking, I think it might just end up being a block with 2 and then Kadachi and call it a turn and move on.
Bruh, I'm gonna call right now. I think that his deck is defensive, yes. I do not think he's trying to fatigue him. Because that would just make this... It would make these decisions really easy, right?
Yeah, that's
You
true.
just-
I don't know. The wheels might be spinning in his head right now. He might be thinking, maybe I'm on the fatigue plan at this point. But I don't think so, based on the fact that he's blocking with the mask here.
Yeah.
He could have just thrown 2 cards in front of it instead. So we'll see. We'll see what his turn ends up looking like. Although I guess he's still deciding if he wants to block with anything additional.
Wow.
Oh, but he's throwing a tunic in front of it too. Whoa.
He should... Surely he blocks the arcane damage with the resource from the tunic
Yeah,
as
I
well.
was gonna think that he floats the resource and blocks the arcane, but I guess not.
I don't know. I mean, it was hard for me to tell because
Yeah.
we're on the patented tower number 9, back of a receipt life total.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult to tell. I can't even read Davis's life total because it's upside down for me, so it's all up to you, Brendan. It looks like it is going to be a Kadachi, and something else in hand. Might be another, maybe like a Pounding Gale and a D-React that he can arsenal or something along those lines. But keep in mind, like he doesn't have the husk yet. Davis hit that 3 Soul Shackle.
Holy crap! He does not have the husk. I didn't even like mentally register that. That is unbelievable.
Yeah. Like he's super duper ultra far behind, I think.
Wow.
And sometimes that's what happens when you block up the chain really early.
Oh, this is getting husked.
Yeah, this is getting husked for sure.
Yeah.
You don't need that. You don't need the husk anymore.
And he drew off of it too.
Yeah.
Boom. Okay. All right.
Interesting.
The
You
Pounding
were
Gale.
confident in that draw, yeah. Well, the
Yeah.
Pounding Gale, all right. Maybe he saw it off the top with the vapor scene.
He did.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can he hear us?
I have no idea. Yeah.
He tapped in. I was like,
He probably knew. He was like, "These guys think I got lucky, but I didn't get lucky."
even if he didn't, there's an argument to Arsenal the Pounding Gale. Right?
Yeah. Keep it in hand for block with the majority of your hand here, and then come in with the Kadachi.
Although I agree with using. So after playing this matchup a lot, like on both sides, I do agree with aggressively using the snaps because you're not gonna have a chance later.
Yep, I agree.
Tower
Who
banishing.
misses? One hit. But the hit
Yep.
is pretty good. It is a rift bind.
Who
and,
needs hits when you live in the art of war?
Yeah, seriously.
Okay.
Banishing,
Well,
mean greed.
mean
Yeah,
greed.
not great, but it is what it is.
Doppelganger announcers. Oh, yeah, Dante got a makeover.
I'm far more handsome now, so thank God for that.
What was the draw from? That's E-Strike draw card. It is a mode of E-Strike. E-Strike you can do draw card, go again, or +3.
+2. Come on, man.
Fuck, dude, I knew. I was like, it's +2. I was like, damn.
It's okay. I'm glad you said it because I probably would have gone +2 draw card and then forgot about go again, which is like probably the most frequently used one. So
Really? It's definitely +2, brother.
you think? I don't know, man. I feel like it depends on what deck you're playing.
Oh my god. All right, we got a Rift Bind coming in for 4.
For 3. No
Art of War.
attacks.
Art of War.
Art of War is an instant.
Yeah, but it's a +1. Oh, I'm assuming.
Oh, okay,
I'm assuming.
okay. Yeah. Did he make a shackle before? I guess he did
He
because
did,
he's at 4
yeah.
shackles.
He did.
Yeah, so it is 4. Sorry. I thought you meant like Riftbind was getting the +1 from its.
Do you
effect
think
on
because I mess up
like-
E-Strike, I mess up?
It's like, dude, that's not how it works.
Too many blunders in a row. All right. Looks like we took a damage, so we're down at 9. What's going on here? Pitching the seeds.
He's making a
rune chant.
it looks like. Yeah.
Yep. Ooh, swing for 1?
Sword for 1?
That'd be really weird.
That is the most depressing Art of War turn.
Maybe he drew
all
Art of
time.
War though. He probably drew Plunder Run. I think he either drew Art of War or Plunder Run, or Blues. I mean,
Yeah, or just 2 blue cards that weren't really doing much for him. But if he did draw into a Plunder Run, I mean, it can be good.
Jacob takes it down to 7.
Do we know what life Davis is at right now?
9.
9? Okay, well, I mean, 3-card hand from Myra could present lethal here. Davis is still able to block with the Skull Cap if he takes some damage, though, so we'll
Davis
see. He also did take
6 or
1
8.
debt from the Husk.
And look at Davis counting out his deck. He's a reformed Dorinthia player.
So we'll see just your standard Kodachi. See if Davis decides to block the second one, even though the mask is no longer
He's
up.
like, dude, I have Art of War in my arsenal. You have to kill me. Oh, that's tough.
Mm-hmm.
Shadow Puppetry in hand, E-Strike in hand.
Yeah, I missed the other 2, though. It looked like a Bounding Demigon, but I could be wrong about that, and maybe a Seeds. Although I'm very not confident in those. I did see the 2 you saw.
4, threatening 6. Davis is at... Okay, Howl from Beyond. Blocking for 4. Yep. And...
Ooh, the Remembrance.
What does he grab, though? It's the E-Strike. Sorry, E-Strike, Exude. It's Torrent. It's Torrent. I really...
Torrent and 2 E-Strikes?
I really feel like he has me unmuted. Every time I inquire about something, I just get the perfect info.
Give Brendan the thumbs up if you don't have him muted.
Remembrance goes to the Banished Zone, right?
Yeah, Remembrance does get banished after it's been played. It looks like he will be banishing. Oh, just kidding. He's just taking a look at it, showing off the foil probably, and
there we go.
I guess it doesn't really matter.
He drew an Art of War off the Art of War. Okay, he also has 2 Unhallowed Rites in his Banished Zone, I believe.
Yes. Double Unhallowed.
Seriously, if you have Remembrance in your deck, and you have Tome of Fyendal, you have Double Sigil, you have like a legit, and all those defense reactions, you have a very legit strategy to just fatigue Shane, I think.
Oh, for sure. I think that if he had started with that, like, from the first turn, where it's just
Yeah, you got to
blocking
be on it
everything.
from turn one.
Yeah, yeah. But I think if he had started with that, he has a really good shot of being able to do it. Especially with all the D reacts. I was shocked when I saw the
Wow.
paper scene.
Shot property is nice here. This is going to be unhallowed for what I assume is
6.
yeah, 6. You know, I've so we played a lot of skirmishes this last weekend. I was like I tried to play a new hero for each one. I specifically avoid Shane because I do not want to play against an Ira who just fatigues me. I think it would be a miserable experience. I think it's like
Yeah.
such a legit strategy versus Shane if you start it from literally turn 1.
The issue is that if he has 2 good Art of War turns, it's impossible.
It's a gamble though, right? I mean, he's gambling, you're gambling. Yeah. Wow, that's a double red flick
Double
flack.
flick flack.
It's not double red. We got the chrome treatment.
But moved after you say chrome treatment. Okay, all right, interesting. No mute on the commentators, maybe. Looks like a red and a yellow though, or maybe a blue. And a
Yeah,
yellow,
it's a
actually.
blue because he triggered.
So 5. But his next attack does block for an additional 4 if it's a card with combo. So depending on what Davis plays,
Does he have the combo
it'll
card?
probably get completely blocked. Unless it's the E-strike here.
No, it's
there we go.
bounding for 4. Go again. How do you get a rainbow foil Ira?
It comes in Crucible of War.
Okay, the cold foil one is the one from the first
cold foil
tournament.
Is first tournament. The Blitz
Yep.
calling top 8 players all got one.
Oh, they did.
And
Oh, wow.
it was also available in release kits for Canada and Europe, I think.
Wow, you're just a wealth of knowledge over there. Huh?
Yeah.
There's 3 flick flacks, by the way.
I looked it up because I have one, so I wanted to know. But they're pretty rare.
5.
The rainbow foil one's not so much, but they are very nice to look at.
Yeah, fun fact, there was I think that they called it a world, the IRA deck tournament, the first FAB tournament. I think they called
The welcome tournament or whatever?
Yeah, I think they called Luke Badger like a world champion. I've met Luke Badger. He's hilarious, man. Funny story. The finals of that tournament was not streamed because Luke Badger's hands shake a lot when he's on camera, and I thought that it was exaggeration. And then I met Luke Badger at the calling and watched him play a match, and man, he damn near punched his opponent in the face. He was shaking so much.
Really? Eh? He's that shaky?
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he really is.
Is it nerves or is it
I don't know,
a
dude.
condition or
No, it's definitely nerves. It's not
definitely nerves? Okay.
not a condition. It's definitely nerves, but it's hilarious. By the way, Tower has Snapdragon scalers here, so I think this is a kill.
I would assume so. Do you know what life?
Yeah, my hieroglyphics are not up to date right now, so I cannot.
You can't read it either. Okay, well at least I'm not alone. Yeah, it's tough. This is why we like having the phones out, people.
Or
really
iPads.
With,
2001 edition.
Hey, when he beat me, we were having a chat before the game.
I heard
he told
it,
me
bro.
that definitely was not the first iteration of the iPad, and I was right. It does have the fingerprint scanner or whatever.
You were on. You were mic'd up. We heard it.
I watched some of like just to see how your commentary was, to see if it was as like unbearable as I imagined
Oof.
trying to commentate alone. But
Turns
I
out it's
could
better.
like I could barely hear myself. You were like, yeah, Dante says
the
this.
later rounds I turn you up, like
Oh, okay, I
almost
see, I
double.
see. Yeah, I watched an earlier round.
Yeah, I turn you up.
But yeah, I
almost
couldn't
double.
hear, and then you made the way that you made me sound. You were like, "Yeah, Dante says this," but like when I said it in a very jokey way, and my opponent and I were having a laugh. But Brendan made it sound like I said it super aggressively, and I was like, "Come on, man,
What was it?
don't do me like that."
What was it?
When that first Ira had like a flick flack for every turn in the early game.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, I was like joking. I was like, "Hey, man, you got another flick flack for this one?" And then you're like, "Yep." Dante asks if he has another flick flack.
Dante remarking on the flick flax, and that is lethal, by the way.
Yeah, so that'll do it. Boots not even necessary. Who needs them?
Also, the invert existence was,
Yeah.
but no non-attack action targets, I believe. Anyway, congratulations to Tower, 5-time champion. I'm just gonna have to.
He's not the champion yet. We still have the final match to
sorry.
play. This is the semis, buddy.
Previous.
Buckle up.
Sorry, that would make him a 6-time champion. I'm saying he is a 5-time champion. And
Oh, I see. I see. Nice save.
yeah,
Nice save.
going for his number 6, which is unbelievable. The most consistent player the Gauntlet has ever seen. So we will see him get into the finals once again. Will he take it away? Just before we get there, though, big shout out to Deck Edge skirmish on the 27th. Be there, 128. We're streaming it here, all the way from the beginning to the end to see who is the final champion of Season 2 skirmish. It will be the last one. With that, Deck Edge also has a Patreon where he sells product at MSRP. That's first edition and unlimited. If you're able to get in, it's the place to be for collecting or playing. And he opens Patreon spots specifically for watchers and people, participators of the FAB Gauntlet. So hit him up with a message, tell him you're from Gauntlet, and try to sneak into that Patreon. With that, we'll take a quick break, and we'll see you in the finals.
See you guys in a bit.
Welcome back to the finals of FAB Gauntlet Week 13. We have Tower number 9 versus Thin. Thin actually, I was going to say took down Dante, but he actually lost to Dante in Twist, but has made it all the way back to the finals. I'm joined by myself, but also Dante in spirit. Dante, you can say hello.
I'm just floating. I'm basically a ghost. You guys can't see me, but I am here. Here to do commentary with Brendan so that he doesn't have to suffer through solo commentary as he did for about 4 rounds of Swiss earlier today. Poor guy.
It's pretty nice, actually.
Okay, I'll leave. Thanks.
Well,
as you guys have probably noticed, we have no life total on the screen. And that's because neither of our players do that. So I'm going to try my best to keep the life totals on my own phone. But it may be a little bit scuffed for this final match. I will.
Okay, we got the paper, and I wrote to Tower in all caps. I was like, write in big numbers. But it was actually pretty funny. We were in our pre-match ritual.
Those are not big numbers. Those are tiny.
Dante.
Oh man.
Thin had me muted, and Dante's like, "Oh, Thin, you can hear me? Good. Can you?" And he then goes, "Oh, Dante, okay, mute." And like, I swear, that was it. That was it. As much as we tried to communicate with them, we got nothing.
Yeah, we literally got no words through. Neither of them checked their DMs, by the way. So that's it. We now have tiny numbers and me basically keeping track of the life on my phone as best I can. But I promise at some point I'm gonna mess it up because it is. We've got
the paper. Yeah. But Chain versus Dorinthia. I think that this is very favorable for Chain. I had some people try to tell me that this was like not like incredibly Chain favored, and I just don't see how. It's like Chain
did those people read what the husk does? Or?
Yeah, like I don't know, Karen. It's like.
Oh, okay. We got the magic life totals on the board now. Okay,
oh my goodness!
It's all good,
bro. Now might as well just pull out the abacus already. Like, jeez.
Oh man, we are never gonna know the lives of these players.
This is like the Nerf darts for counters.
I promise you. I'm gonna do my best, Brendan.
Carrion Husk is like literally a time walk for Dorinthia. They just take an entire turn off. It's crazy good. So we will see, but maybe I don't know. Tower probably chooses to go second, drops his cards. But we'll see if Dorinthia is able to eke it out. It's going to be really hard for Dorinthia going first, I think. There is always an option. You can't swing Dawnblade for 3. If the opponent doesn't block it well, you can react for 9. That being said, I don't see Tower falling into a mistake like that and losing his Husk. So, keep an eye out for the Art of Wars and Plunder runs here. But it's kind of the story with every Shane match, let's be real.
Yeah, exactly. You banish them, you're feeling pretty bad. You get them in your hand, you are feeling like $1 million. As long as that husk is up, you're also feeling like $1 million. I guess we'll see. I haven't played too much of this matchup myself, to be honest with you. But from watching other games, I've noticed that it does tend to be very heavily Chain favored. So.
Yeah.
We'll see. It looks like he's playing that red plow through. I had no idea what that card did until he read it to me today. But it's +3, and if you block with an attack action, it also gets +1. So
if you're Tower, you put your whole hand in front of this. First, you show it to your opponent.
Yeah, like exactly. As you think, and then you just toss it all.
And say, "Don't high roll me."
Yeah.
And your opponent goes glint twinning.
That would be depressing.
That would. Glint twinning.
He has been known to slow roll. In his last game, he waited
I watched him
road on his opponent.
For lethal. Yep.
We'll see here. He might just be deciding which one he wants to arsenal, which would be better.
A few more taps of the playmat there. Well, surely the answer will come.
Of course. That is how it works. Because Davis is blocking for what? 3, 6, 9, 11?
11.
That's a lot to get through.
It's unfortunately it's doable.
Yeah. One overpower, I guess, would do it, right?
Yeah, but like the overpower is not devastating. It's like whatever.
No.
Keep in mind he is swinging for 7 right now because of what Tower blocked with. But like,
Yeah.
if he overpowers, it's actually whatever. Like Tower doesn't care.
Well, yeah.
If he glint twinnings,
2 damage. In.
Yeah, if he
okay, glint twinning, obviously. If he had glint twinning, it would be on the board by now.
you say that.
There's no way he slow plays like that, you know? Like, there's no way that he slow rolls Davis into, like, this false sense of security, and then he drops a glint here, draws, and then drops a twinning. Yeah, there you go.
There
He
we
was
go,
deciding with
Arsenal.
stars. No, yeah, okay. I was gonna say it's impossible. There's no way it happens.
Draws 3 cards, and it's Shane's turn. What do you think about this Shane deck? I know you played it in a skirmish or 2, Dante.
I don't know if I played this one specifically. Mine didn't have the plunder runs and stuff. I will say that I was not as successful as Davis has been with it, but I just had the world's
Don't
worst
say it.
finish.
Don't say the L word, dude.
I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna say that I could not banish. No L word here. But yeah, the cards that I was banishing were not the cards that you want to be banishing. I'm pretty sure I banished like all my Art of Wars in every game I played. So I think I went 5-2 overall, but my losses were in relatively early rounds, so I didn't top 8. And then after that, I basically vowed never to play Chain again in Blitz because, oh my God, does it ever feel bad? When you're not banishing well, it feels like the worst deck in the whole world.
Yep. I sink below at Arsenal. Whoop,
Oh, yeah.
sink below. Yeah, I played it in a skirmish, got to the semis, and had 3 soul shackles and missed 6 in a row. So the first turn, the second, and the third.
Love that.
And then the Ira had a 2-card hand. I couldn't play around Razor, lost to it, and I was like, wow, this deck is
Yeah. Ultra variance.
Yeah.
Yikes.
I'm gonna go play something more consistent. Kano,
Yeah.
which is literally more consistent.
It's crazy to say that, but it's actually true. Yeah, I don't know. I did not enjoy the variance of the deck, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean you've been playing Ira for like 8 months.
Yeah,
It's probably
I had to drop it. Variance really is not me.
Oh, this is weird because I understand. Yeah, the husk is fantastic. It does. I mean, so like he can only come over. He could actually swing this blade again, which is weird. But I guess you still husk. Yeah, that's what you don't want to see. And then he's just gonna pitch it coming for 3. I guess when he comes in for 4, so he pitches and he comes in for 4. That's a slightly annoying block for Tower to deal with.
He does still have his gloves and his
Yeah.
skull cap up, though. Also, my job of keeping the life totals has gone completely out the window because I forgot.
Well, good thing that Tower number 9 is keeping his paper in Narnia for us.
Yeah, it is rough. I really wish that he read those messages that I sent him, and then the other ones that I sent him after that. But apparently, I have been muted, not only vocally but also
you're
just
blocked.
in general. Yeah, so that's it. But yeah, we'll see. This is sword coming for 4. Again, not the hardest thing in the world to block, especially when you have armor up. I do believe that Davis is at less life here, so he might just be able to block with both pieces of armor if he wants to keep the full hand. And I did see a soul reaping in that hand, so it may very well be a hand he wants to keep. But I feel like utilizing all your armor now is probably not the right move, and you want to just be blocking with a card from hand and maybe a piece of armor.
Well, yes. So the warrior player is at 16. Tower is at. Tower's at. What has he gotten hit by? Is Tower at 17?
17, sure. I'll just have that as my life total for now, and then we'll go from there.
Well, good thing we have the magic little pieces of paper thingies. Those are real easy to read. Oh, man. 2 games in a row. Come on. That's not fair.
Yeah, it definitely makes the job more difficult when you can't see the life. But we will make do with what we've got here. Playing the Soul Reaping, banishing the Ghostly Visit. Definitely a pretty good combo there, especially being that you do generate the resource from banishing the Ghostly Visit, and you can play it right after. He's also still got a card in hand, which if it's a blue or something like that, he can very easily pitch it, make a rune chant, and come in for 1 additional arcane damage on top of the Ghostly Visit as well. So it could be very good for him.
Red overpowered takes 3, goes down to 13.
Yep, 13 is what I have him at right now. It looks like no pitch for the gloves. He's going to keep that card in hand.
Is Demo still awake?
Is Demo still awake? Great question.
Yeah, because he could.
I would assume so.
Oh, he's snapping to play to, I think, swing the blade. He could also. Yeah, I mean, like a lot of pressure. I mean, really good. Nope, he's gonna just unhallowed rites again, putting
messaging Emos now.
Nothing on the bottom. Yeah, so just a little 14, 10, 14, 15 damage turn to deal with there. Oh, paper is on. All right, Dante. 17. Oh, my goodness.
17 to 16, 13? Did he play a sigil?
No,
went
no.
from 13 to 16.
That's 12 in like some weird
no, that's
ancient
not 12.
language. Yes, it
You're
is.
lying to me.
Dude, I'm telling you, that's a 12.
It can't be. Okay, I'm going to believe you. 12. Interesting.
Dorinthia is just thinking on this block, I'm assuming. Dorinthia is still at 17. Didn't they take 3 from the Soul Reaping as well?
Sorry. Just finished messaging Demos, letting him know that we don't actually need him to tell the players anything.
Well,
we have the life totals now.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. My man just likes to keep sliding it off.
No, I got it.
10 to 16.
Davis is at 10, yeah, Davis is at 16, and our warrior player is at 10 here. He's coming out with the Nourishing Emptiness. Ooh. That's going to hit, because no D-React in the arsenal, and not enough armor to be able to block, unless he's got like a Sync Blow in hand or something like that.
Someone said, really need an iPhone or Dices. Can't read those Egyptian hieroglyphics on the piece of paper. Yes, my...
You're telling us. We are also struggling. Looks like he took 6 there from the Nourishing Emptiness, so we are at 10 apiece, people. 10 apiece.
And
keeping track of the life totals real nice now.
Yeah, draws 5 cards as well. Important to note.
Did Davis banish? He's got 3 shackles. Did he banish? Oh my goodness gracious. This is not good.
I was reading chat, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think he banished.
He didn't banish that Art of War?
I don't think so. Unless, like, he did it very quickly while I was updating the life totals, but...
He did. Okay.
He did?
I thought so.
Okay. Yeah, it must have been while I was updating the life totals then.
He banished.
Usually he, like, slow rolls the banishes.
So we got CNC for 6, which is a bit underwhelming.
Especially with nothing in the arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, nothing in the arsenal, and then also the warrior has 5 cards in hand. Well, 4 cards in hand at this point.
Yeah.
Looks like the warrior is... Oh my goodness! What kind of letter number
So
words?
he's taken the arcane damage from the seeds is what's happened there. So he's going
Okay.
down to 9.
Well, that 9 looks like a finger.
Yeah, it looks like Captain Hook's hook, but
Yeah.
that's okay. It's all good. I got the life here. I'll save this game. I promise you. They're trying their damnedest to make it impossible for us, but I'm keeping track. It looks like he will be blocking for 4 here. Take 2. We'll be taking 2.
Thin value.
7.
Yeah, thin value does have that Fitbit on. Just trying not to get that heart rate up too much.
So we're at
Please,
7. 7 for the warrior, 10 for the shadow rune blade. We'll see what the warrior is able to come back with. Keep in mind he does still have a 3-card hand despite blocking with 2 because he did draw off that nourishing emptiness last turn. So he can still present quite a bit of damage. And we'll see what he's able to do with it. I'm thinking that the courage is probably getting broken this turn. I don't know about you, but I feel like this would probably be the turn to do it.
Yeah, I mean, he did block with 2 blues, so it makes you think he kind of has the blue. Unless he's, was like, okay, I'm going to pop courage, which is totally fine. But yeah, we see a blue. Wow, how many blues?
It is a blue hit and run, actually.
But that's played. How many blues did my man draw off that 5? Okay, courage. So yeah, proactively encouraging, so blocks the blues.
Could there be a twinning blade in hand, perhaps?
Could there be a 20 blade in hand? Yeah, of course. Is that the worst case scenario, though?
Davis giving us the full view of the grip. He does have an Art of War in there, so this is probably a hand that he'd like to preserve.
Yeah, Davis at 9, though.
He's throwing out the 3 block there with the red meet and greet, it looks like.
Interesting. That red meet and greet could have been really good, too. I wonder if Davis is at 7. Davis could have blocked with the armor.
Davis is at 9 because of the Husk blood debt from last turn. And his opponent is at 7.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry. The My Life, Your Life looks like some acrylic name.
Yeah, dude, don't worry. We're struggling together, Brendan.
Singing Steel Blade. Pitching a glint, by the way. Oh.
What? Route?
Oh, did he do his deck offhand, banish the route? Okay.
Yeah.
He's routing that back to Tower's hand. If I'm Tower, if I'm not dead, I'm happy.
Yep.
Yeah, because he has
I'm
the Art of War.
jumping for joy, to be honest. I think that's the best case scenario.
Send it back? No problem, brother.
Hey, thank you.
And he's showing him the E-Strike Art of War.
The E-Strike Art of War, yeah. Oh, man.
Jeez.
That's like a, hey, bud, thanks for that. So that attack came in for 7.
Yep. And then he just swings for 3.
Davis goes down to 2, yeah, swing for 3.
The Dawnblade hit.
Swing?
No, it's
He
the
forgot
Dawnblade.
about the courage?
No, the Dawnblade has entered the graveyard, and he definitely did forget about the courage.
Yeah, he for sure forgot about the courage.
Maybe. If we're wrong, please correct us, chat. But that looks like he had courage, he had go again, he hit, and then he forgot about the courage.
Yes.
Did Tower? Let's see. I know I saw Plunder on there. This is the finals, right? You're correct. This is the finals. Okay, Tower banishing unhallowed rights. Can't. I think that's a blue though.
It is a blue unhallowed rights. Not exactly what you want to be seeing. When
Well, he's got the Art of War. Let's just. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fix it up here.
Sometimes.
Maybe he did block with the meet and greet on the second attack.
Okay. Just quickly, like, yeah. So fast, we didn't see it.
Oh my god. Players playing at lightning speed.
Well, intermittently at lightning speed, I would say that most of the time it's not.
Ooh, the blue unhallowed rights. Ugh, that is not a lot of damage.
It's 3 with 1. Put the seeds at the bottom. Is that a blue seeds or a red seeds?
It is a blue seeds.
Okay, so no, yeah.
Yeah, no arcane damage here. If it's being buffed by the Art of War, it is coming in for 3 damage, I believe.
Yep, that's correct.
Which he is blocking out here. Interesting. And then, yeah, it's just going to be the Arsenal pass. Not what you want to see. And then Davis goes down to 1 from the Blood Debt. Uh-oh.
Yeah, man, that phrase is cursed.
Yeah, this could spell doom for him.
You said Davis is at 1?
Yeah.
Oh, he's screwed. Yeah, it's over. Wait. I mean, he's got armor. He
Does have the skull cap and the gloves though, so let's not go nuts here.
But I feel like my man's dead because he can't. Okay, he blocks for 6. He dies.
Block for 6, and then
die.
You come over with any attack reaction.
Oh, does he not
any
have
attack reaction?
Ever.
Blue out for blood. Huh?
Maybe it's red?
It must be red. There's no reason to play it if it's not red. But Davis is not scooping up the cards here. Although I guess we'll really never know. It looks blue on my screen, but it could for sure be red. I need a scoop.
Yeah, this is
so that I can know what happened. Again, we don't have the life total. Well, I have the life total in front of me, but I don't know if that hits or not because if it's blue, it's only coming in for 5. But Davis is looking at.
Okay, yeah, it's over.
It's
over.
Yeah. Gotta be a red.
It's a red. Okay.
That'll do it, and we got a new Gauntlet champion.
We do. Finally, yeah, we got a new Gauntlet champion. Tower number 9 does go down to 1 and gets taken out by the red out for blood. So for perfect lethal, congratulations to Thin Value, the man that met with Dante in Swiss, but comes back and gets his revenge and takes down the whole tournament. Big congratulations. That was FAB Gauntlet Week 13. We've got a big shout out to the skirmish that's coming up on the 27th. That is going to be Deck Edge skirmish, 128 player cap. It's going to be streamed by us, the whole entire thing, all the way through Swiss to the top 8. It's the final skirmish of the season. Whoever wins is the unofficial King or Queen skirmish. So we hope to see you there and hope to be able to cast some of your games. Also, big shout out to Deck Edge's, Patreon, super cheap, near MSRP for first edition and unlimited. So if you're able to get in, it's the place to be. And from what I know, there may be a calling coming up on the 10th. That date is maybe tentative, and I might be leaking something. But if not, save the date, because we may have a calling coming up. With that, Dante, that has been week 13. Thank you for joining me. I hope you all enjoyed the little experiment we ran, following Dante around and listening to him, watching him play against all the players. And I know he enjoyed it as well. So with that, thanks so much, everyone. We'll see you next week.
See you guys.